wrote 48 different works. The three most noted in the West is his Confessions, which he specified who he was, and then the Holy City of God, and the last was on Christian doctrines, the fundamental principles for modern Christianity. 48 three black women tell us to die for Jesus Christ. Next, and they were from what is today called most known in the West is his Confessions, which specify the documents of the church, and then the Holy City, and the last was the Christian doctrines, the fundamental principles for modern Christianity. Three black African popes of the Roman Catholic Church to die for Jesus Christ. They were from what is today called most known in the West is his Confessions, which specify the documents of the church, and then the Holy City. And the last was the Christian doctrines, the fundamental principles for modern Christianity. Three black African popes of the Roman Catholic Church to die for Jesus Christ. From what is today.
JB, I don't know if you can hear that. There's two voices playing, one on top of the other.
Yeah, I did hear that. So I'm stopped it. There you go.
Galatians, we have them there. Now, these are church documents. But remember, when there came a time in 1506, after we lost power in Spain, the Africans ruled Spain from 711. We were calling ourselves Moors, M-A-R-S, then M-O-R-S. From 711 to 1485, 700 years, when we built and brought into Europe the university system, Salamanca, S-A-L-A-M-A-N-C-A in Spain, a copy of the University of Genève from ancient Ghana, which was equally a copy of the University of Sankore in Tombouctou, which the French later called Timbuktu. Now, look, if you want to read it, read Stanley Moors, The Moors in Spain, written in 1887, or Alejandro Macaziza. Read his book in Spanish, The Moors in Spain, and said that even the bath was introduced by those Africans.
You said the bra was introduced by...
The bath was reintroduced because Rome had a bath before, but they stopped because of not understanding the Christian doctrine that the Europeans had embraced. They stopped for over 1,000 years from taking baths. Matter of fact, that to make mafia the Queen Victoria of England boasting of herself being the cleanest woman in all of Europe, taking
and said
one bath per month. They have books show you where people were made saints for boasting and never even washed their hands. Saints of the church.
Did you have a copy with dirt with you?
No, I didn't bring too many.
Okay, let me, because you guys are bombarding us with so much. Just tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do on a day-to-day basis. Dr.
Well, my name is Yosef Ben Yekanen. I teach at Cornell University History and Egyptology. I'm an author, former member of the United Nations, graduate with a PhD from Cambridge University in England, a PhD from the University of Barcelona in Spain. That should help. I originally was a civil engineer who turned to anthropology and history with a law degree and practiced law. Now, black people had to know a little bit more to get a job.
Bring too many.
And
because you guys
I was born in Ethiopia and came to the Caribbean as a young fellow at age 6. My mother's a Puerto Rican, and we lived and grew up in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. My father was a barrister. And I, as I said, worked with the United Nations, and then finally started teaching at Columbia University and other places. Got fired a number of times, of course.
I would imagine so.
With this kind of thing, they don't want, with the documents in my hand. When I exposed that Planned Parenthood was nothing new, that it was done in Africa as early as 1550, I was fired on the spot by Professor Ralph Linton. But about 10 years later, the American Medical Association published the Ebers Papyrus, the same thing I got fired for.
Okay, I want to get back to something in one of your books in a minute, but just tell us, our audience at home and studio audience, a little bit about yourself, Dr.
Oh, I'm not as fortunate as Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben is the intellectual, so I like to be the other extreme. I like to say that my college is that of hard knocks, and I use myself as the example as to how high a black man could come from mother wit. Mother wit in the sense that it is said that blacks are not intelligent. And so that what we do is complement each other. He being the extreme with all the degrees, and I will remain the little fellow in the street. However, the little fellow in the street have taught at some of your best colleges and taught the professors so that they could teach you. I've taught at Marist College. I've lectured for Yale. I have lectured in most of your best institutions. I just went to do a week's seminar out in the state of Washington to educate some professors how to teach in teaching and teach in logic. I think what happened, like some people say, well, Simmons, why don't you go and get... No, at my age, I'm prestige, but my children will. And since the thing that black people are dumb, I like this back being dumb and just intellectual other folks away.
He's been very modest. He's my associate in my office.
That's all right.
And yes, and at Malcolm College, and was the chairman of the Department of History in many schools, so he's been modest.
I am.
Let's get back to some of this. Let me see that for a minute. Let's get back to some of this stuff we were talking about last night, you were talking about at dinner. You guys just took on the Bible. And
Which one? There are many Bibles. You got about 3,000 versions. And the one that most people here believe in is the King James Version. And when a version is not a fact, a version is something like the original. And James commissioned 47 men under Sir Francis Bacon. He pulled them from Cambridge University, Oxford University, University of Eton, and University of Scotland at Glasgow. Those 47 men wrote God's words.
You're not going to be very popular in this area.
I didn't plan to be.
Okay. This quote from one of your books, and this will be available to our studio audience, and we'll talk about this a little bit after we get off the air. And I'm not even sure I should read this. This is from a Bible.
That's the Bible in this. You should read it. Read what was in Genesis up until the 6th century. It is still in the Book of Mormons. That's the people in Salt Lake City, which many blacks have joined because they'll join the Ku Klux Klan as the open membership. It is still in the Calvinist teaching in South Africa. And read what was in the Bible up until the 6th century.
So you're saying that this is still in the Mormon Bible?
It's still in the Mormon Bible. It is still in the Calvinist Bible. And they look at the bottom where the Roman Catholic Church had it, and they now make an excuse that they were sorry that it was ever in there, but nevertheless it was.
All right, let me just share this with our audience here and our audience at home. And this is from one of Dr. Ben's books.
And from all the books, that it's on page 120 and 21 in that book.
Let me just share a little bit of it here, because I want to get some reaction from you, and it's something for folks to think about. And you say this is from a Bible. Therefore, it must be Canaan, your firstborn, whom they enslaved. And I'm just starting in the, kind of the middle, because there's a lot of it here. And since you have disabled me, doing ugly things in blackness of night, Canaan's children shall be born ugly and black. Moreover, because you twisted your head around to see my nakedness, your grandchildren's hair shall be twisted into kinks, and their eyes red. Again, because your lips jested at my misfortune, theirs shall swell. And because you neglected my nakedness, they shall go naked. And the rest of this stuff is underlined. And this is a quote from the book. Bible, you say. And their male members shall be shamefully elongated. Men of this race of Negroes, their forefather Canaan commanded them to love theft and fornication, to be banded together in hatred of their masters, and never to tell the truth.
That's right. It was in the Judeo-Christian Bible until the 6th century of the Christian era, also called A.D.
Because until the 6th century, this was in their Bibles about the curse that come upon Cain. So it makes us have to question
And from
many
all
of the verses put in the Bible, like when we say, servants, be obedient to your master. And we know that Christ was a revolutionary. So we have to question and take sense from nonsense. And he said they had to remove these things from the Bible as the centuries went on. Woe to them who add doctrines can add on to their judgment. Now go play it again.
all the books, that it's on page 120 and 21 in that book.
Let me just share a little bit of it here, because I want to get some reaction from you, and it's something for folks to think about. And you say this is from a Bible. Therefore, it must be Canaan, your firstborn, whom they enslaved. And I'm just starting in the kind of the middle because there's a lot of it here. And since you have disabled me, doing ugly thing, Canaan's children shall be born ugly and black. Moreover, because you twisted your head around to see my nakedness, your grandchildren's hair shall be twisted into kinks, and their eyes red. Again, because your lips jested at my misfortune, theirs shall swell. And because you neglected my nakedness, they shall go naked. And the rest of this stuff is underlined. And this is a quote from the book. Bible, you say. And their male members shall be shanked and elongated. Men of this race are called Negroes. Their forefather Canaan commanded them to love theft and fornication, to be banded together in hatred of their masters, and never to tell the truth.
That's right. A Judeo-Christian Bible until the 6th century of the Christian era, also called AD, Anno Domini. And some black ministers refer to it. Just a few weeks ago in New York, I was listening to my radio on one of these religious programs, and it says, the minister said that these young blacks are acting up. We shouldn't act up anyhow, because when we die and we go to heaven, we're going to be white anyhow. So we say anything. Remember that we did not know that Christianity came from Egypt, and that the first monastery was on the island of Philae, which is still there now, and that the Christianity went into Ethiopia and all of North Africa, where they had 7 patriarchs and 27 bishops before the first one in Greece or Rome. That we didn't know. Up to now, you got black people sending missionaries to Africa, not knowing that the Coptic church is older than the Roman church. We still send missionaries. We still tell lies about Africans eating the missionaries. I wish we did eat the missionaries, then we would have had no problem. But we still got that. We still got roots. People thinking that roots has something to do with history when the man says a novel. People naming their children Kente Conte and Conte Kente and all kind of thing now. But these people,
you take issue with that? You find something wrong with that?
Yeah, it's garbage. It has nothing to do with history.
Are you calling
It's
Roots?
a novel.
Roots, the most popular television show in the history
Amos
of this
and Andy
country?
was the most popular radio show. And it had nothing to do with black people. It were 2 white Jews. You know, the enslavement is not the shackle on the hand. It's the shackle on the mind. What we have been the master, slave master, doesn't train his. We once used to train ourselves when we had such things as the African Methodist Episcopal Church, the African Baptist, the African newspaper, Frederick Douglass, Nat Turner, Denmark Vizia, all these different people had where they taught the people their own history. Look, go into our churches and find out, do they sing the spirituals anymore? No, they got anthems from Scotland, from Germany. They don't sing the songs of the African people anymore in the churches.
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong? How does a song from Europe, from Scotland, relate to you? You Scottish? Though you could have fooled me. But you see, this is the whole thing.
Suppose that we just, not all of it, just suppose we believe half of what you said here tonight. What difference is it going to make?
Quite a lot of difference. Your behavior.
What difference? What difference?
The behavior of the child. If you tell a child that all his ancestors and all his people before him ever was, and you prove it to him by not showing him anything that his people did, Why would he feel good? When you got busing now, everybody's been fighting for busing. So the bus goes, you show me one bus bringing one white kid from a white neighborhood into a black neighborhood to study. All the buses go from the black neighborhood to the white neighborhood. Show me a class in music appreciation where they're showing you African music. It is European music alone. Now it has an impact on the child. The problem that we are facing is that, I see you ask what's the difference, okay. In the church tomorrow, they're going to be a church, and every one of the black churches got a white Jesus. Go into a Chinese church and see if you don't see Jesus got slit eye like a Chinese. Go, you know what I mean? Go to everybody but us. Religion is the deification of a culture. And the gods look like the people talking about it. And the angels. Here you got Jesus. Now give me, if you talk about image. December the 25th, coming. You're going to see this, and before. Jesus wrapped with swaddling bands. It says it. Wool. We're in the desert now. It's 110 degrees minimum Fahrenheit. We're in swaddling band, the wool. What mother's got a child in a wool blanket in the desert? Go, let's go for it. And on the roof of the manger, there is soap. If you give your daughter an icicle and then tell her take it back and put it in the oven with 110 degrees Fahrenheit and go back to expect to find an icicle, you're going to find running hot water. But that image is in our head. This is a European version that was painted by Michelangelo for Pope Julius II in 1509 in the Sistine Chapel. He finished in 1511. An image, one picture that says worth 1,000 words. Now you have three wise men in the middle of the desert. One is from Africa. One is black, they said. I mean, how this possible? Moses born in Egypt, and they show him in the book. He's born in Africa. Another one. The angel of the Lord, wait now. The angel of the Lord come to Mary and said to Mary, carry the little boy and hide him among his cousin in Egypt, because Herod wants to kill him, right? She comes and take this child to Africa. Egypt is in Africa. Hid him among his cousin. He's blonde, he's blue-eyed, and he got golden hair. And he's hidden among a bunch of black kids. The army came, the navy came, everybody searched every house and can't find that boy.
God, time's moving on, and there's so much here. Okay, let me just throw this at you. I'm sure you've offended a lot of people's religion. There are those who would say, or sure I'm thinking, or sure I'm sure they're thinking, that what you're saying is just a lot of racist garbage.
Well, they will say reverse racist. They don't allow us to be plain racist. We have to be different. We're the reverse kind. Now, people will say anything, and even black people will say we will control our mind, our thinking. The point is this, that the person said have never read anything hardly. Let us go into the theologian's library and see the amount of books they have. How many of these people have gone and traveled? You see, what I'm saying, there is no major university, major library in Europe I have never been to. There's no major library in Asia or Africa I have never been to. I have been to every one of the major tombs and temples of Egypt and got the pictures and read the hieroglyphs and everything like that.
You even said you discovered England.
I discovered England when I was the first time I went to England. I discovered it. I was in London walking around, doing like this, looking around, and the policeman came and said, what you doing? I said, I'm in England. He says, you must be deaf. You know what that means, crazy English. And England have always been here. Says, well, I'm doing like Columbus. I just came here. I'm the first of my people to come, so I got to discover it. They discover everything that they came to, isn't it? They discovered the source of the Nile. While the African brought him, showed him the source of the Nile. Africans there having a nice bath, naked. Naked, we were bathing very naked because what we got to hide? We were naked.
But you claim that Africans invented the brassiere.
Yeah, but the fact that they invented the brassiere as a string for the purpose of keeping the breast from jumping up and down. I mean, you know, kids, it causes young men to burn when they see that. But the thing is, as I was listening to Dr. Ben speaking about the European discovery, I thought about going to the moon, that the Europeans have not changed. Up to today, he still operates that way. Wherever he goes, the first thing he does is plant a flag. When the United States sent men to the moon, they didn't care if there were moon people up there. The first thing they did is put that flag. This belongs to us and the Bible.
I'm ready to kill for it.
Okay, putting aside charges of reversed racism, you guys are chomping at the beliefs of a lot of black folk. I mean, at dinner, you shook up some people when you said that, talked about black preachers.
Yeah, but let me just ask you this. I mean, let's just say this.
All right.
People believe, unfortunately, most black people here believe that the only religion black people ever had was Christianity or Judaism or Islam. They forget that the first known religion was the worship of Ptah, P-T-A-H, along the Nile. There was no Adam and Eve mentioned any place yet because there was no Judaism, and if there's no Judaism, there's no book of Genesis.
But you went so far as to say that the virgin birth, Adam and Eve, Noah,
were all repetition, and they could read the works of...
You said they're myths.
They're myths. All religion is myths. Religion is based upon belief.
There are people who would bet their lives that Jesus was born
There are people who are dying to go into cemeteries. But that doesn't make things stop. The way we were taught as if there was no other religion but Judaism, Christianity, or Islam. There were religions, and our religion way older than Judaism and Christianity and Islam.
Let me jump
that
to this,
the Africans did. The worship of Olmare, for example, among the Yoruba, is more than 2,000 years older than Christianity.
All right, let me get to this because I see time is creeping up on us. We were sitting around the dinner table with some people, and the way you sound, you guys may not believe in God or something.
I am married to an ex-nun, an ex-Roman Catholic nun. I drive her to 5 years we've been married a few days ago, and I drive her to church on occasion. I'll go in and listen. I'll go to the mosque. I'll go to the Buddhist temple. I go to anybody's religion because religion is a belief. Nobody has it. Now, you ask if I believe in God, you must first explain, because I met the guy that robbed my house, believed in God. He had a big cross on his chest when they caught him and down at the prison. He believed. That didn't stop him from robbing my house. Believing in God don't make you good or bad. The Ku Klux Klan believe in God. The one thing that they said they did to protect the name of Jesus. And so read the whole philosophy. Most of the people here in the Bible Belt were cut throat for being... Did the Bible stop them from being racist? No. That don't mean a thing because you believe. You believe and your behavior are two different things. And people ask, it doesn't mean I won't cut your throat.
Okay, but you said earlier that if we stop paying black preachers tomorrow morning,
the church will close. How many of them come in to do volunteer work? There's a salary people get out of it, whether it's Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Buddhism, or what?
Christianity and religion as we know it is a business?
Big business.
Biggest business, they're bigger than IT&T.
You get all kinds of tax breaks, and all kinds of privileges when you're the minister.
His salary is paid. You think the Pope would be there if he didn't get a big salary? He'd get the big salary of all. Do you think, no, let's face it, how many ministers you know doing it for free? Just tell me.
Okay, this is black.
If you don't pay your 10% tithing and see how, if you're going to get buried, they leave your corpse, right? It may come to the undertaker parlor and say a few words, but you're not coming to the cemetery. You sing in the choir all you want and go and get married and see if you don't have to pay.
What are we to learn from all this? How are we to change our lives? Or how will it change our lives for the better, or can it?
No, I am not against anyone believing in a God system. To the contrary, I do believe in a God system. A system. But what I'm against is that for African people, and by the way, you're Africans, you know, you may not know that, but just remember, if you get a rabbit and put it in an oven, and the next day you go in and it has little ones, you don't call them biscuits. And if Africans come to America and got little babies, they're Africans. Okay. I I know you don't like that when you look in the mirror because you can't think you're an African. But anyhow, I have no objection at all. My children, I have a daughter who's a Jehovah's Witness. I have...
Does that bother you?
No, it don't bother me because I train my children. And I know what they believe and don't believe. And in fact of her being a Jehovah's Witness, when problems strike, it's Big Daddy they're coming to. I know that. And my daughter was trained to be intelligent, that you don't pray to stop getting pregnant. You have to do something about that. You gotta go either to the drugstore or a gynecologist. You pray all you want. If you're having a man, the praying will stop the pregnancy. You understand? But birth control will. Okay, the pill will help. Now, that's reality. I'm not going to tell my daughter, no, you believe in God, if you've got a man, pray, and the boy will make you pregnant.
Okay, but I can think of a specific example. People who may be physically ill would not go to the doctor. I'm thinking of one particular instance that I know about.
Right.
Lady would not go to the doctor because she said she'd rather be in church.
She's going to die soon. I do not want a minister when I get hit by a car. I want a specialist in bones.
Well, let me take you for a moment. Let me use myself for an example. I was bleeding to death. I was going to die. I was losing blood faster than the doctors could give me. And they said, we must operate. And there comes a priest to say something over me, whatever it is. I told him, I don't need him. I don't need him. I want a doctor.
That's right. That's intelligence.
He's standing in the way of the doctors. They need to work in me.
It doesn't mean that he doesn't believe in God. It means that he's intelligent.
And this is
because
1963.
Because the priest want the same doctor. If the priest had an accident and the doctor comes up and another priest come up, and when he look and he has a ruptured aorta or something like that, you think he's going to tell the guy, pray man, I need that, and tell the doctor, go, he's going to tell the doctor, get me to the hospital. When you go to the hospital, how many priests, ministers you want to see lying up there getting treated? Because they got sense. You know what I mean? It isn't irreligious or godly for me to say, I fell down and broke my leg, and then say, Father, straighten it out. You know what the Bible said? I will help those who help themselves. Well, the Bible could be used for negative and positive. It's got all kind of negative and positive. The whole thing is your interpretation of it. You go to 15 Baptist church and you get 15 Baptist. Why tell me now, if it's religion, that you got one block 200 feet long and got 6 Baptist church in there? The same Baptist denomination. Tell me why, if you're a Christian, why you need a Methodist, a Baptist, a Presbyterian, a Catholic, and it's the same Jesus.
Why?
Money. Big business. Everybody want to run their thing. If I get 10% from you, 10% for the next guy, 10% of sales, yeah, it's good look. I mean, I could get a few Cadillacs behind that, and a nice home, and a nice wife with a mink coat, and you see some people taking the last dollar and giving to the church, and they come and ask me for my dollar.
Let me just, because I've been informed that we have about, I guess, less than 5 minutes, maybe 3 minutes. We've covered a lot of subjects. We've had a lot of questions. And I guess in just maybe a minute summary, each of you, I mean, we hear about this stuff maybe once a month, Black History Month, and we go back for the other 11, living our lives, being bombarded with other kinds of information. What can we take from here, and what can we do with it, and how can it help us? I mean, that's a multifaceted question, but if you can, let me start with you, Doc.
What I would say is that I would advise anyone to start reading and researching on their own, because I don't know of any school that educates. I've been trying to find a school that does. And all of them, as far as I find out, all they do is train people to be a bunch of regurgitators. So I say to students that you have to go out and take that training that you receive and then make it work for the benefit of yourself and your people, and then you show me that you are one who are now happen to be an educated individual. So you have to keep reading, and it will benefit you in the long run.
Well, is there any value to what we've been doing here for the last hour?
Yes, because now we have brought a tremendous amount of new information, hopefully, to light, and other people will start trying to check us out, and then they too will become enlightened. We hope that they do try to prove us wrong.
But you probably also offended a lot of folks.
Well, look, new knowledge does. if someone, a friend that loves so well a prostitute, and you see her prostituting, it's shocking. And if you catch her, you really can't believe it. You might even die for telling you. So I'm not surprised if it hurt. Because when you start to change with people's belief pattern that they have held on so dearly to, and many have even offered to fight, give up their lives for their belief, only to find that their belief is untruth.
Okay, we just have a minute left, and I know that's not a lot of time, but final statement on your part, Dr. Ben.
God is truth, they said, and truth is a constant effort of research. There is no limit to truth, and one must look constantly to find truth. I've traveled this entire world. I didn't sit one spot and read one book. I went to thousands of libraries over the age. I'm 64, and I've been from 1938. I have been doing research in the area of African people.
Think you've been making any progress, making any difference in people's lives?
Progress is a relative thing. It all depends on what you're equating from what point to where.
Okay, we only got 30 seconds left, so yes?
No, we haven't made any progress if you look at percentage-wise. And the college campus we are now, professors, let's say, where we got 5 professors in 1,000 students. One time we had no professor in 100 students. It doesn't make any difference. The percentage is worse now.
Okay, we're out of time, and we want to thank those of you at home and those of here in the studio. If you'll stick around, we'll talk a little bit more. But we hope you found something very interesting and stimulating, and I know you've got...
Yes, brothers and sisters. Dr. Yosef Ben Jokerman and Dr. George Simmons. Some great historians that were my mentors, as long as J.A. Rogers, Chancellor Williams, and many others when we were growing up. So I thought that would be a good intro, just to, as a taster. Now you see, Dr. Ben is very learned. And this is a great author that when you have time, you study him more. He will go back to the ancient days of Cush and Kemet and bring everything forward. Now we know we are the orators and originators of all belief systems. And once upon a time, many of us were Gentiles too, and still are. And what is a Gentile? A Gentile is one who doesn't accept the teachings of the Igbo or the Hebrew, which later become Israel. Before there was a Hebrew nation, rightly said by Dr. Ben, you had Cush, you had Babylon, you had parts of Assyria, you had many nations, even in Asia, that predated even Abraham. Because where Abraham come from, a place called Chaldea, which we would call now the Middle East, which would be seen as Babylon, which today would be seen as Iraq. But them days that was known as Cush, because the whole of the so-called Middle East was called the Fertile Crescent, through the watering of the Euphrates and the Tigris River. And that is where many people say civilization started from. But we read in Genesis of Ethiopia and the Garden of Eden surrounding the river Gihon and Pion, which is the Nile. So civilizations were all together up in the Fertile Crescent at the time of Nimrod, where we were all living together. If we follow the Bible, Ham, Shem, and Japheth, and we decided to build a landing tower, or a space station, or a tower to say we'll go up to meet the celestial beings. And if you go to Iraq this day, you will still see traces of that tower, which they call the Tower of Babel, where, according to Genesis, the Lord confused the languages of man in the building of this tower, and then that's when men separated based upon language and linguistics. So today, brethren and sisters, you know, we're going to be covering from life choices and responsibility to a phone and software called Encro chat. Some of you may have never heard of this, some of you may have. For those who believe that they can go around the digital system by using other digital methods. Just like today we hear people buying COVID passports to travel with and so forth. In the initial stages, this is going to work because the system is not tight yet. But as the system gets tighter, there'll be less room for, what's the word now? Scamming the system, if you want to put it that way, or trying to go around the system. And then we're going to look at the crash of the INet. So if the INet crash, what happens to communication? What happens to even the crypto that everybody is jumping into a system in this time? What can happen to that if there's no power and there's no internet? What's going to happen? So this is why it's essential that we are like self-sufficient. And we as Rasta spoke about this years ago. Food, clothes and shelter. Having our own farms, animals, land with food growing. Also on water source and power. Now the door is closing and catching up on us. And many of us are still in the West. Many of us are still not prepared, but when will we be prepared? It's always when we decide that our life is getting better, that big changes and decisions are thrown at us. As a youth growing up, my auntie said to me, we're having it hard now as people of colour. But just before the world done, and before them trap we, they're going to make things easier for us. Because you have to remember when we were in various places, especially Egypt, the Pharaoh at the time that was not friendly to me, because some Pharaoh did friendly to me, you know. So we now put down Egypt because Egypt was the nurturing for Israel and the protectorate of many Israelites and Hebrews from Abraham to Isaac to Joseph and his family, the 12 tribe of Israel, to Jesus Christus. So, just like within the days of Israel, you had good and bad kings. In Pharaoh, you have good and bad Pharaoh. So this Pharaoh never wanted to let me go because we was an economical asset to Egypt. And to let me go would be a great economical blow. I know the same thing with the West. We spend our money in 180 degree, whereas most other people spend it in 360 degree, at least 5-6 times in their own community before it come out. But we, as we get it, we spend it straight up. We gobble up them religion, we run on them church, like Dr. Ben said, and man could have broke and don't have no money for dinner, and then read about the widow's mite and go give them widow's mite to the minister who are driving Cadillac and in Mercs and in BMW. And then nowadays, none of them are talk about the juke scene. Very few ministers get up and talk about, don't take the juke scene because it is the mark. The whole of them are stand on the sideline and on the shelf. And then some of the ministers take the juke scene too. So Rasta take the juke scene. Some Whirlian take the juke scene. Some Buddhists. Some Krishna. Some Mohammedans. So it's not your so-called religion, as Dr. Ben talk about when you save you, because that is meant to realign you back to the creator religion and your fellow man. And if you can't live in harmony with your fellow man who you can see, and you claim say you love a creator who you can't see, you're at fault. Because I tell you must love your brother as you love yourself, but love him as the creative energy force first. And that is what? The beginning of wisdom. So, it is spiritual beings in this time that are going to be aware, and you move by that vibration. The Bible has been translated in so many different ways and used by so many different people. You go to 3 different churches and they will interpret the same verse in a different way, as Dr. Ben made clear. But the scripture is not left to no private interpretation. We've been given the scope and many other books that have references, and you have to do other research. It's a study, it's not a reading. Anything you want to learn in life, you must study. Whether it's an art, you can't just jump in and learn it, you have to study. And because of laziness, I put it down to lapsidaziness, we want things easy, and worse with this technological age, it's made us even more lazy. When parents are grow up before them go to school, they have to go pull out donkey, take out cow and sheep. They have to go walk, they go get water. We know turn on top, put on a microwave, have food there ready in a fridge, get dropped to school, have transportation, which parents them used to have to walk. We did lucky, and our children are even more blessed. But it's made a docile and dependent syndrome be developed within society. Till they bring up the computer, and then the computer now is doing everything for you. Many of the generation in their late 40s, downwards, upwards, I mean, at this time are a loss because they didn't study the computer. The youth them now is flying through, and now we can't do anything without the computer. With this lockdown, you can't even see people again at many of these government agencies and other places. It's on phone, talking to answering machine on computer. And some drill music will drive you mad. So, the whole thing is changing. And we have a responsibility to ourselves, to each other, and to the Creator. Because we have been brought here as divine beings in physical flesh, but have fallen from grace. And our responsibility is to bring ourselves to that knowledge of the force that brought us here. Because we believe we have right to do anything, and we own our own body. But as we read in previous Sabbath schools, that this is a gift given to us by the Creator, and our life belongs to Him. And why the world is in such a state and people's mind is in such a state is because we are trusting in man. We are giving faith to man, hoping that man will find the solutions to all the ailments and all the problems which man himself has caused, and turn away from the divine one, the divine Creator, the I-vine one, you know. So with no further ado, I, Chronicle Dan, take time to greet you all in that sweet and precious name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus the Christ, who done revealed himself to I and I in that wonderful personality of his impure majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie the First, King of Kings, Lord of Lords, conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah, elect of Yah, light of this world. Greetings to the 12 tribe of Israel, once lost and scattered, but founded in the island of Jamaica by beloved prophet Dr. Vernon Carrington Gadman, and functioning in the four corners of the earth. Greetings to the Ethiopian World Federation. Greetings to the house of Naya Bingi. Greetings to the house of Baba Shanti and all Master Man Shantis. Greetings to the Orthodox faith, which is not one of rites, laws, or vows, but a mystical incorporated function of one's heart. In plain words, born again. And last but not at all least, greetings to the royal house of David, Zara Jacob, Crown Prince, King in waiting in this time. Selassie. Yes, sir, King in waiting, I say, we read in Ezekiel. When Israel is regathered in their land, I will set up a king over them. So we know that the lineage of David is an everlasting lineage. Some people have it that His Majesty was the last king, but no other king to sit upon the throne. But if we read the scripture, which we were advised to by His Majesty a chapter a day, even though there's so much negative connotations placed around the scripture because of its use within the colonial period. But remember, the scripture was an older book when the Europeans were living in destitute, decadency and decadency, and worshipping all sorts of beings and elements. We already had the Bible and the Quran from how much BC in the continent. So it's not a Eurocentric book, it's just that it's been adopted by them as one of the easiest doctrines to become conformed to. Why I say that, most other doctrines you need some dib, dob, secret society, some kind of rituals to get into, and you know, you believe you're part of a cult, a secret society. You know, you're part of a clique. Whereas the book now says it's a clean and a pure art and love. There's no ritualization. You don't have to be of a certain educational standard or caliber. You can be poor, destitute. It's not about money. It's not like in ancient Kemet. We believe that we could carry our riches with us to the other side. And as I keep telling you now, white man, I laugh after we in a museum with them. We believe we could have bought our way into the afterlife by works and by goods. And now we realize it's not that. It's by a clean and a pure heart. And also, the goodly works that we do to help others is also a benefit towards helping us to get through. Now, whether you believe in Buddhism, Hinduism, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, it's about good works. It's about living in harmony. It's about living in harmony with nature, your creator, and the creative forces, which is us. But most belief systems are not doing that. The only one we can put my finger upon is Rastafari, as a spiritual faith. That now go around and advocate war and violence. We're now war against one another, like Islam a war against Islam, Christianity a war against Christianity, and so forth. And we join our nations together under the banner of peace and love and unity and good health and good living and good eating. Now the world is running down this good eating, this healthy living. And the world is wandering, some after the beast and some after Rastafari. So this is where we're going to come in later to the Ethiopia and the homecoming. And our realization of who we are as Cushites. And the waking up to this reality. We are here fighting for recognition and acceptance in a society that doesn't want us. Are we mad? Are we deluded? They give us all sorts of labels, from BAME, BME, this, that, to Negro, to colored, to... We're so confused that them call them Conway, and we still want to be amongst them. Saying, Massa, please. They're changing their laws, they're making it harder for us to move, and they want to entrap us, and we still want to be here. We've been given a code in, brethren, which I will go into later, to go to Ethiopia, 1 million strong of diasporans and friends of Ethiopia before the 7th. Think about it, brethren and sisters, and think about the call. Because if the door closes and we're here, all the riches we have and all the goods we have, now go help we when that time comes, if we have to receive the juxine, or else we now become ostracized from society. Some are going to say it's not the mark. Some are going to say it's not going to do them nothing. Them friend take it and them all right. But remember, there's placebos being given out initially. And that placebo means it's a fake injection, it's water. So that when you take it and nothing happens to you, you now become an advocate for the vaccine. You become now a supporter, telling people, well, I took it and my family took it and we're okay. Those who took it, unluckily, they had underlying conditions. But those were given the real one. And as they go with vaccine 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, update, more and more of them are going to be the poison. And if you don't take update number 2 and 3, the privileges that you got at update number 1 will be revoked. You don't see now them put turnstile in a supermarket. And all these things is illegal for you to use your passport. They must tell children in Australia under 5 or 5 and above them to have them passport if they can enter certain places like school and rare. What's it got to do with? It's not to do with isolating the virus, because the passport, they're not isolating the virus. They're not telling you that if you have the passport and it's red, you have to stay home. So what is it there for? It's a tracking. Ethiopia is opening the door and offering us an opening. And who have eyes to see will see, and ears to hear. Some of us may be not in a position at this time to make it economically, but through hard prayer, borrowing, loaning, because the book says we are going to borrow, from the Eden when we are going, so who have good status, make sure you can get a loan, because you might not, anyway, say nothing. The West might not be here, because the way and them and China are gone, they might not be here. Those of us who's in the West might not be here. Everything we have and cherish and care might not be here if the world carries on the way it is carrying on. Well, you know, I'd like to read always from my book, from Christina O'Connor, 365 Black. Every time one of our Nubians or some great achievements were done for us during the year, she has made it into this book. So for today, December the 11th, we have a UN working group of experts on people of African descent report on Italy. At the invitation of the government of Italy, the working group of experts on people of African descent undertook a visit to Italy from the 1st to the 5th of June 2015. Now here's an extract from the working group's report. The history of people of African descent in Italy can be traced back to the early Renaissance period, prior to unification in 1861. Italian city-states were involved in the trade in enslavement of Africans. Bartholomew Marconi, a Florentine merchant and banker, had a monopoly on the trade in enslaved Africans from the Benin River. Africans appeared in northern Italian records as early as in the mid-14th century until the mid-15th century. Italian merchants from the northern parts of the peninsula acquired enslaved Africans mainly from Muslim merchants. Enslaved Africans were present in southern Italy much earlier, owing in part to the commercial and political relations between Sicily and the Kingdom of Aragon and the proximity of the island of the markets of North Africa. Africans in Sicily accounted for half of the servile population in the 16th century. Their numbers decreased sharply thereafter as slave traders directed their supplies of African captives to the colonies in the Western Hemisphere. When Africans were for sale in Italy, their prices fell significantly below those of the lighter-skinned slaves. This reinforces the impression of previous historians that Italians were prejudiced against dark-skinned people. The scarcity of Africans in Italy undoubtedly reinforced the exotic quality that some contemporary Italians attributed to them. In 1937, the second Italo invasion of Ethiopia led to the first fascist laws promoting explicit racial discrimination. These were the laws against mandatu or concubinage between Italian men and African women in colonized territories. So we see a drive here going on from the earliest of times when many of us had occupied parts of Italy and Spain in the early 15th and 16th century to drive us out back to some parts of Africa and to parts of the Caribbean and colonies. Now, prior to this, we have to remember the Punic Wars of Hannibal, going back to 2nd century BC, where we had controlled Spain and Italy as the Moors. So then there was a higher presence of us, of Nubians, within the Italians and the Sicily and the Spain regions, hence why their complexion is so olive. But again, when the rise of Rome and Italian fascism and, this supremacy of Aryan concept coming out of Northern Europe and Germany, this is when we were now really put as indentured workers and put into slavery. From the early time of the 1619s when the real drive started. Now, as I'm mentioning that, I came across a nice debate yesterday And I think I will play this for the INet just now. And I'm sure it was a debate at Hyde Park, where a young lady was having a debate with some Arab youths about their heritage. And I found it was very enlightening. And so I think I'm going to play that for you just now. Now we are we're a change in history, whereas we see the continent of Nubia, the fastest developing countries in the world, Ethiopia, Ghana, now under attack. Now under attack. Why? Because of our rise and the work that's going on with, I would say, other nations like China, who was coming with great support to Africa. It's frightening the West because they're losing their economic stance and prowess. So they have to come and destabilize Africa, from Congo with the Hutu and Tutsi again, to Nigeria now with Biafra, to Ethiopia, as we see taking place, where they're trying their best to divide the continent. But it's not working. It's not going to work. It is not going to work. We have been fasting and praying, and I hope that most of you are doing your fast today, because it was from Friday night 6 or Sabbath right through till Sabbath on Sabbath evening after sunset, to help us with that spiritual force that we need, because it's not physical force going to do this, you know. That spiritual force that we call it to help us, because we don't have no gun, no nuclear weapon, no bayonet, but we have the forces of nature, which is something I'm going to be showing you as well, a little bit more. All of the so-called natural disasters that have been taking place this month. I don't want to make it all about doom and gloom, my brethren. But right now, it's reality we're talking, and if the watchman said the danger and don't want the people, they rest upon his shoulders. Now the glorious days will be coming when we are back in the motherland, because I very rarely see any days of glory and brightness here under this regime that we are with. So let me just give you this brief 15-minute dialogue. This brother was very learned in explaining some of the history, because we're talking about this supremacy talk. And we're hearing in Africa, they're talking about Ethiopia being racist, because, you know, the Hamara were the elitist tribe in Ethiopia, and you had the original people in there that were the Orominya and the Gala, what they call, you know, they were the biggest tribes, and they are now in subjugation to the Amara. You have the Tigray, you have the Awalo. So, you know, Africa is not just one people. It's many groupings of families with different ideologies, and this is what we have to remember. So this young man, I want you to just tune into him for a minute. For the love, for the gathering, and for the support. Blessed, blessed. Non-stop blessings, you know.
Let's get some disagreement. Let's get some back and forth. Wallahi, now you have a camera. Listen, Libyans colonized their own people by a dictator. Yeah, Algeria was colonized by the French. Morocco is the same. Nigeria was colonized by the English.
Yeah, no, it's
Sudan.
Senegal, Mali,
So
all of them
okay, so what's your point then?
Sudan was a colonized.
Do you understand? You're saying no country. No.
Let them talk. Let these two talk.
You're telling me no country has suffered colonization like your country.
No, that's not what I said. We don't have a monopoly. We don't have a monopoly. We don't have a monopoly on that. That's not what I said.
Egypt,
that's not what I said.
Ireland, across the water, half an hour.
Yeah, no, Ireland
suffered as well.
That's not what I'm saying. That wasn't what I'm saying. We're not talking about other people though.
Why not just Sudan? You want to talk about just Sudan?
No, because we're talking about Africa. So why would we bring up Ireland? Why would we bring up Ireland?
Because you're talking about colonization.
No, I was talking about in the context of Africa. We don't. If we could talk about everyone, we could talk about Japan if we wanted to.
So
they were
let's talk in the
colonized
context
too.
of
But that's
Africa.
not what we're doing. So I assumed that that's what we were at. So I don't know why you're going to other
You didn't provide me any evidence.
What is with evidence? You didn't provide me evidence. A picture isn't evidence. I asked you before. I asked you exactly. No, listen. I asked you 20 minutes ago for citation. You never gave me a single citation. Okay, give me the name of the professor, the work, and the year. So then I know what
I'm not proving I'm African. I'm trying to show her that regardless.
That's Wikipedia. That's not a citation. Wikipedia is not an academic source. She could write. Wikipedia is not an academic source. So you would have to find me somewhere else.
Regardless of how much Sudan suffered.
I'm not talking about Sudan.
Okay, so then what? What's the aim of this conversation?
That's why I went on to Libya. What I was saying, that's how you can tell the difference. It's because the people that come as colonists, like when the Arabs and the French came, as colonists.
So Gaddafi is a dictator, yeah? He's not a colonizer, but he colonized his own. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
And Gaddafi's heritage isn't from Africa.
It's not.
His heritage is from where?
It's from Italy.
I don't know. Where does the name Gaddafi come from?
Gaddafi is Libyan. It's a Libyan name. It's a Libyan family name. It's a Libyan family name. It's a tribe.
You guys keep forgetting that
basically
North
is a
Africa was
tribe.
colonized by Arabs. I don't know why you.
We weren't colonized by Arabs. We were colonized by French. Majority of us.
Gaddafi, that means to throw. It's an Arabic name. It means to throw.
It's Arabic name. Arabic is not.
But his tribe is called Al Gaddafi
It's not
from
an African language. It doesn't have Arabic. Does not have any foundation in any African language. It doesn't at all. So that's how you know.
Arabic doesn't have.
It doesn't have foundation within a native African language. It doesn't.
Which one, Berber?
Saha. So how is how?
I don't know what Saha means.
So thank you. So how is North African not African?
Yes or no?
Yes.
Arabic, yes or no?
So how is North African?
If I can come in here.
They're putting the history of North Africa in the entirety of Africa, which isn't the case.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I spoke about West.
There's a difference. They don't want to listen. Look,
please.
The beauty of this discussion,
There's nothing beautiful about this
it's beautiful.
There's nothing beautiful about this discussion.
We're not fighting.
I lost length in my afro.
You've done good. Come, let's keep it here. You handle this whole crowd, and I was in awe. I was having a conversation back there, but one of my ears was tuned into what you were saying, and you were making a lot of very interesting points. Now, the problem, as I was saying, I think you were at the fringe of my conversation. My voice is gone because I had one before you came, and I was saying to this young brother here that the problem is in the absence of written records. People are reaching for a lot of speculation,
like
and on
Wikipedia.
top, which they generally no, that's written. I'm talking about in the pre-history. No, could
What about coins?
I'm trying to.
What about ancient coins?
Have some respect.
Let him finish.
What I'm trying to explain here is simple. There are things that we will discover in the future that is going to overturn what we're discussing here. For now, we can only use this discussion as placeholders. This is what we know. Like when I was at university, we didn't have genetic anthropology. When that was invented or developed, we learned new things about Homo sapiens that we were not taught in the 1980s. So a lot of what we're discussing here, let us accept our limitations, that these are placeholders. What I will say about history is that if sources, ancient sources, written sources, archaeological sources support our point of view, we can assert it. If the sources are not there and we are using supposition, we have to admit that we are in the realm of supposition. When it comes to North Africa, we had this discussion. There are, as an Afrocentrist, I am in the midst of people who assert that the entire continent of Africa, here the placeholder and forgive it, was Negroid. The entire continent was black until people came and invaded. That is the ultra Afrocentric, let me land, brother. That is the Afrocentrist ultimate position. Now, that's brother. Hold on. Man. I like to build it up properly.
You're right.
So I don't leave room for like what he said because it's being filmed, and if I say the wrong thing, they're gonna clip it.
Just let him finish.
The haters gonna clip it, right? What I need from North Africa are actual sources, skeletal findings to prove the people there, genetic findings were Negroid. It's a placeholder. Look at my fingers. Or Africoid. Or Sub-Saharan. But these words have limitations. Because Ethiopians are Sub-Saharan too, and are Somali. So that's why the word Sub-Saharan is insufficient for the description of the North African we're looking for. Negroid, perhaps. Let's hold it tentatively. I don't like the word. However, all I can go on is the term Mauritania. The Romans had 3 provinces in North Africa. Africa, Numidia, and the westernmost in Morocco, which corresponds to the Atlantic coast near Larache, was called Mauritania. Now, Mauritania, Maurus, has a lexical connection to the Greek Mauros, mauve, dark. It does not mean black. In Greek, black is melanos. But then humans were not necessarily called the sea today. Let me come to the point. If you look at that area, I am led to suppose that that area, and this is late, the Roman period is late, that area, Mauritania, of the 3 Roman provinces, may have had darker skinned people. It could have been the last remaining outpost of the Negroid Orthochones. It could be, but the skeletal evidence so far does not hold that to be the case. But I can assume that North Africa, that bit at least, was darker skinned. Now, that is not conclusive. Linguistics is not conclusive evidence because the Berber language is related. Now, Berber we know is a bad word too, but it's a placeholder. It's a placeholder. All right? It's related to ancient Egyptian. Now, we know that in the beginning, if you look at the Sphinx, the ancient Egyptians look like you. But come to what the end, Cleopatra kind of like her. So we know in 3,000 years the Egyptians changed color. We know the reason why. Hyksos, Assyrians, Persians, Greeks, Romans, Arabs, and the French, and the Ottomans, and all the rest of it. The Egyptians, in 300 years of dynastic history, became progressively lighter. This could have happened to the Berber. So, my brother, it's being taped. It's going to sound like an interruption, right? So, what's happening here is perhaps in ancient history, it could be the Berbers were Negroid, jet black, and as time passed, they became progressively fairer in color, and they kept the language. So the language is still a black language, Berber or Amazigh, related to ancient Egyptian, which is related to Somali, Cushitic languages, which is related to Hausa in northern Nigeria. They are all related languages. People like Professor Christopher Ehret call them the Afrasian language group. Now that too may change. I'm just telling you the latest research. That's not conclusive. So that's one argument for a black origin of Berbers. That's one argument. However, we don't have any historical record of the fair-skinned Berber being from anywhere else. When some of them say we are from Canaan, it's just like the Yoruba saying we come from Mecca. The Yoruba say they come from Mecca. A couple Yoruba could have come from Mecca, but because of the premium placed on the spiritual direction, Mecca and Jerusalem, a lot of modern Africans make those northeastern claims, those kind of out of Africa claims. So forget that. We are left with trying to understand, were the North Africans always white, see my fingers, or did they displace Negroid Orthochones? We have no record of that ever happening so far. Remember, I'm cautious with what I'm saying. Yes. So far, there is no record of North Africa being Negroid, and they were being displaced by Berberic, Amazighic looking people. There is no evidence of that. What the evidence we have up to date is Arabicized Berbers enslaving blacks in where he comes from in Sahrawi and Mauritania. They call them Haratin. Bani Hassan has been, but Bani Hassan arrived in the period of Shoruba between the 15th and 16th century with Bani Hilal and Bani Sulaim. They are not Berbers. They are not. They are Arabs. They were chased out of Egypt by the Mamluk Sultan. Some of them remained in Libya as Cyrenaica Badu. And the rest of them, because they were fighting against principalities, they pushed into the open desert, ended up in Mauritania and Sahrawi, and they enslaved his people and then enslaved the black people. They married into his people and they kept the black. That's why you have slavery today in Mauritania. It was abolished in 1980. I've lived in Mauritania. I know this for a fact. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. So there is that. So you're making a lot of powerful points as if people refuse to engage with the continent, are they African? And your point is powerful in terms of the Afrikaner, the Boera of South Africa. Very powerful. With the Arab in the north, it becomes problematic. You raise the point of language. The Arabic language has been in Africa before Islam. The Kahwahla Arabs of the Sudan originate in the Hijaz. They traveled across by sea. This is the Red Sea area. They used to travel into Kassala, the eastern part of Sudan, back and forth, long before Islam. So they had Arabic language there. Forget that. That's a minority. That cannot be made to stand for the whole of North Africa. The Professor Christopher Eheret, again, has taken the position that the Afro-Asiatic group of languages, on one wing, think of it as a bird with 2 wings. On one wing is the Hamitic wing. On the other wing is the Semitic wing. But all of these languages together as a cluster originated, according to Professor Christopher Ehret, in the Red Sea Hills area of northeastern Sudan, southeastern Egypt. So even the Semitic languages, of which Arabic is one, their mother or their grandmother is African. What happened was this. The Hamitic languages pushed towards the west and to the southeast. So a subgroup of the Hamitic languages, these words are placeholders. The Hamitic is not a good word either. They're placeholders. So a subgroup of the Hamitic are Cushitic, like Oromo and Somali and Afar. These are a subgroup of the Cushitic, which is a subgroup of Hamitic. Another subgroup of Hamitic is Berber and ancient Egyptian. Another one is Hausa spoken in northern Nigeria, part of the Chadic subgroup. Now, that's one wing, that's this wing. Now, this wing is the Semitic wing. That wing left through the Levant, through Palestine, Canaan, becoming Arabic, Hebrew, Aramaic, and so forth. One group of them, of the Arabic group, went south into Yemen and returned to Africa through Ethiopia, becoming Ga'ez. Ga'ez is now dead, like Latin is liturgical, from which springs Tigray, Tigrinya, and Amharic, which is the national language of Ethiopia, all derived from South Arabian. So that's what I'm saying. When you go down the rabbit hole, the idea of Arabic not being an African language needs to be unpicked a little. Why? If a language, with all I've said there, park all of that now, push all that to the side. If a language has been on the continent of Africa from 640 AD, right? Forget about the Kawahla Arabs, long before Islam. Forget about them for a minute, because there are more than Kawahla, there's Kababish and others who came that way as well. But forget that. Let's say the majority, the bulk of Arabic arrived in 640 AD. Sister, I put it to you, language has been on a continent from the year 640 AD to 2019. That language will have indigenized in its variant forms. For example, you have words in Sudan for a tree, tabaldia. Tabaldia. You Sudanese drink. Any Sudanese here, they drink Gongolese. Gongolese. What is Gongolese?
It's like this white juice.
From what tree? In English, baobab. It's baobab. But in Arabic in Sudan, they call it tabaldia. And the drink is called Gongolese. In Wolof, in Senegal, they call it bouy. It's called bouy. You know baobab juice. They're very nice, right? Now, that's an Arabic word, tabaldia, for the tree, the baobab tree. But it's an indigenized Arabic. And those people, they made want to call themselves Arabs, the Bagara and people, but they only have Arabs in place. So they're not different. Look like you. The Rezahat Bagara look like me. They only call themselves Arabs in contradistinction to the other people who don't speak Arabic. That is how Arabic in Africa, in every other way, their culture is African. The Bagara keep cows, like your people or your neighbors, the Dinka and the Nuer. They are cattle keepers. Sometimes in Bahr al-Ghazal, part of Sudan, they fight. And they steal cows from the Dinka steal cows from they rustle each other. Now, they are supposed to be Arabs, but in every part of their culture, they are Africans. In every bit of their culture. Their Arabic nature is predicated on language. They speak Arabic as a mother tongue. That is the only thing about the Bagara, in my opinion, that they say they are Arabs.
So we don't know.
So, no, but what I'm saying is, I'm trying to provide light that both of you have points. What I'm trying, you're not getting what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to say, this sister held you guys at bay with some powerful arguments, and her arguments are sound. But I realize she has a scholarly mind. So I'm throwing stuff at her that she can go home and say, let me cross-examine some of this, what I've heard today. You'll hear it on the tape. What if I've made any mistakes, I would correct it. Sometimes you're speaking off the cuff. This is ad hoc, unscripted, and untitled. Whatever I'm saying here is coming straight off the top of my head. But the idea about some Arabs in Africa saying that they are African when it suits them is a point. Mauritanians keep slaves. Like I said, they do it, and when it suits yes, so we cannot pretend that is not so. However, with Berbers, I cannot disqualify the Berbers from the list of African nations, because if to do so would be to say there's something called the prototype Asian in the continent of Asia. He looks like an Indian, so the Chinese are not because they're too fair. I can't, until I find some historical evidence that they arrived, the Berbers, wiped out the autochthonous population, the indigenous population, colonized the area, and took it over. Then I can say that this is so. What I do know, some of the whitening of their skin comes from the fact that they were some of the biggest slavers of white people. They captured, during the period after the Moors were expelled from Spain, right up to the 18th century, the Berber corsairs, captured white women, men and children from as far as Iceland, Ireland, England,
Romans as well,
and Italy, and the coast. And they brought so many of them there and had them for slaves. 1.2 million in about 400 years, that they would have considerably whitened the population. But to me, that still does not disqualify them from the list of African peoples. The hopeless confusion has already taken place when the Arabs arrived and mixed with them. So what you have is Arabs mixing with Berbers, they becoming the Moors, going into Spain, getting chucked out of Spain after 700 years. They're going to the sea, some of them becoming pirates, taking a whole bunch of white people for slaves, interbreeding with them, like what happened with us in the American plantations. So there's all that history. All I can do is provide facts. The conclusions you guys have to draw for yourselves on this subject as to what I am getting people driving at is a definition of a prototype African. I believe there's no such thing, in my 2 cents, no such thing as an African types. They are African type. There's no prototype. They are I'll tell you why. When the Rift Valley occurred, some Homo sapiens grew tall because they lived on the plains. You are an exception. All your people, they average 6 foot. Your people, the Dinka, you see them. So that's why I was wondering how come you're in Nilox.
I know, because I'm small.
Yes.
You see my brother, 6 foot.
Exactly, I know them. However, on the other side of the Rift Valley in the Congo, you see what I'm doing now? Same Africans. Now I'm going to get nasty on us. Let me call them Pygmoid people. The Romans met Pygmoid, placeholder. It's not a nice word. The Romans met Pygmoid peoples as far as the Niger River. The Caramantes used to sell. It's a North African tribe, the Tubu today, Tubu in southern Libya. Used to sell pygmies for Roman circuses. Where are they today? We beat them or wipe them out. I don't have the historical facts to say so. All that area had a larger pygmoid population than they exist today. Stuck in the Cameroon forest at the Baka, the Congo forest at the Ituri Batoa, the Oi San, Oi, down in South Africa, the yellow ones, the San people. Where are they today? It must be at some point in our history, the same way we outcompeted Homo sapiens Neanderthalis, the Neanderthal man. It seems to me the tall African outcompeted or killed the pygmoid people. You look at a place like Rwanda, right next to the Congo. 3 ethnic groups, the very, very tall, related to you, but not the same, the Tutsi. Then the Bantoid-speaking people, the Hutu. All right, the Hutu complain of genocide, and they are right. But in the Bantu expansion started in what is today like Cameroon and eastern Nigeria. The Bantu, so they reclassified the Bantu language. Bantu is now classified as a part of the Niger-Congo languages. It's a large language group. That's why we think of the Bantu language group as separate, because it's very large. But it comes out of the Niger-Congo group. So the expansion of the Bantu is fairly recent in history. I suspect, and I don't have the facts, where the Bantu expanded, the forest parts, not the plains. The plains over in Tanzania, they expanded onto areas that were formerly populated by pygmoid people, and we wiped them out.
So I have a question for you then, just to go back to his point of white South Africans then being classified as Africans, and if you disagree then you're racist. What's your opinion on that?
They are not Africans.
Well,
if you I want to give my opinion why. I strenuously deny them. I don't have the power to, but if I had the power to, I will tell them, I suggest you go back to Holland, because these people identified with the land as colonizers. They brought a racist brand of Christianity called the Dutch Reformed Church, which called them Shabul al-Mukhtar. Shabul al-Mukhtar. They said we are God's chosen people, and all those black people are slaves. They are born. God created them the curse of Ham. They interpreted the curse of Ham and they colonized those people. So they identified with the riches of the land. Cecil Rhodes, gold, diamonds. He got 2 countries named after him. They never identified with the people. Their hope was to wipe out the people. And that's why I do not consider the Afrikaner, the Boer, to be an African. I do not. But I do consider the Berber to be an African. I do. And that is my point.
Why do you think white South Africans are Africans?
No, that was my point I was trying to make.
What's your point? What is it?
Because to say to be African you need to be black is wrong. Do you get my point? Because where I'm from...
No, because you called me a racist, point blank period. So that's why...
Don't listen.
You did call her racist.
You did.
I heard you.
Exactly.
I did hear you.
You called me a racist, point blank
Class
period.
manager.
So I want you to explain yourself.
I apologize. I apologize.
He's apologized. He
I
has
apologize,
apologized.
sister. But again, as well, to say to be African you need to be black is wrong as well. Because I'm not black, I'm fair.
Where you from?
Algeria. I'm half Algerian, half Russian Saharian. So to say that you have to be black to be African, that's kind of off as well, you know what I mean? I'm not Berber, but I know that there's Berber in my country.
So you're not Berber, so what, you're Arab, Berber?
I'm African, but look, to be
not
honest,
Berber.
I'm not Berber. I've got family that are Berber, yeah. I've got family that are
But you yourself are not Berber?
No.
So where does your heritage come from? Outside of Africa?
Outside of Africa, what do you mean? I was born in Dublin, if that's what you asked. I was born in Dublin.
Yes, good people. You see that debate? And them say debate is on the end of the fishing line. That's why them have debate. But that was an interesting dialogue with looking at linguistics and people and movements of people. And, you know, some people might think I'm being a bit finicky when I speak and say, I'm not African, or I don't believe in God, or I'm not black. You say, well, I say, no, I believe in Amlak. I believe in the Exurbial. I have a name for my creator. I even Jok or Enyame. We have names in the continent. And I'm a Cushite, or a Igbo, or Hebrew. I'm not going to be named. when labeled by people from outside, whether they're Greek, Roman, European or Arab. And then as we see the word Africa, there's so much fighting over this word. You have an Indian from Kenya or a white Dutch South African go to America and say that he's African American and get the same privileges as we, as people of color living in America, who come out of the amalgam of slavery. But they come from some rich, developed family within our continent where they colonized, and then they're still African Americans, even though they're not of our color. This is why it's important I call myself a Cushite. Because like the elders said, our theory in the continent that everybody there was of one hue. We were of light, dark hue, but we were of one people until we had the Caucasians from the Caucasus Mountains coming and really causing problems in southern Asia, China, India, and the comments we see with the Hyksos in the Arab invasion into the Fertile Crescent, Jerusalem, and into Egypt. But as the Bible says, they will get no further than the borders of Kush, of Ethiopia, the original Kush. Hence why I still want to call myself a Cushite, or I come from a Kebulan, because this argument of this word Africa and the labels that are associated with Africa are questionable. Yeah, so that was an interesting dialogue. So with no further ado, we have a good few videos for you today. We're going to look at the metaverse. So I'll come with these new things for sure. Look. The metaverse. You hear about the universe? Yeah, but you're not hear about the metaverse. The metaverse is going to be the new thing they bring in to replace the internet. The internet is old. It's been given to us by the military so they can monitor everything that we do. They have control over the switch to switch on and off anytime from the main service. But they're allowing us to still use it. After Trump made a decision, it's better we hear what we're talking about so they can monitor us more than we're doing things without them knowing. And that's where I'm going to come to Enron chat just after I show you this. So the internet is about to go and about to change. And you will see, as you know, these 3D games that the children have with these masks that you put on and give you this real virtual experience. This is how the internet will be going in the future. So I won't say no more. I'll just roll it on. Got a sparse class today, but give thanks for those who's on board. Give thanks.
At the beginning. Imagine you could go back to 1995, the beginning of the internet, before it birthed the world's biggest companies. What would you have done? Something much bigger than the internet is now coming, and it will end the internet as we know it. Here's a recent article from Forbes. The metaverse is coming, and it's a very big deal. It explains how the 2D search-based internet is being replaced by a fully 3D immersive world that mirrors on our world. This metaverse will totally change the way we live, learn, earn, and connect, and it, just like the internet in 1995, is coming much faster than we think. This is Fortnite, which in 3 years has attracted a mind-boggling 350 million players. They're spending over 3 billion hours a month in this virtual world, and it has already become a world way beyond the original first-person shooter game, with Party Royale joining Battle Royale this year. Marshmallow's live concert in Fortnite attracted a world record 10 million people last year, and Travis Scott more than doubled that in April with 27 million attending his virtual concert. Now imagine a world like this connected to our real world, where you can meet, shop, work, go to school, play games, be creative, and be whoever, frankly, you want, while teleporting or time traveling to wherever you want. That is the metaverse. It's already the vision of Fortnite's creator, Tim Sweeney, and he knows he's not alone in this race. From the Washington Post, Silicon Valley is racing to build the next version of the internet, Fortnite might get there first. Fortnite is a game, Sweeney tweeted in December 2019, but asked that question again in 12 months. It's now 1 year later, and Fortnite, at its current level of growth, is on track to hit 1 billion players within 3 years. And while that's happening, another billion-person net state has now also entered the metaverse. From VentureBeat, will Facebook Horizon first step toward the metaverse? The excitement around a metaverse is growing, and it's not just an idea from science fiction anymore. Facebook Horizon, a user-generated virtual reality world, might be one of the first steps toward creating one. While Fortnite is a 3D game on a 2D screen, Facebook Horizon is experienced in 3D virtual reality. It's now in beta testing and is likely to launch publicly within the year. Think of it like a first-person Sims, where you can create your own world, meet, socialize, share experiences, play games, and work together. As the metaverse hits the internet, Facebook Horizon is going to take over from 2D Facebook that we're all using today. So when exactly will this happen? As with all new technologies, it happens when three things come together: demand, software, and hardware. So number one, demand. We've actually already reached a critical mass of demand. When the internet hit the mainstream in 1995, there was actually only 14 million people online at the time. There are already 2.5 billion gamers online today. The global online games industry was worth $150 billion last year compared to $41 billion for the entire movie industry. And the League of Legends World Championship was watched by 44 million people, and that compares to just 7.5 million for the NBA Finals. So our virtual selves are already ready and waiting for the metaverse. Number two, software is also already here. The metaverse is built engines that create 3D worlds. The two biggest, Unreal Engine and Unity Engine, are already billion-dollar toolkits. Tim Sweeney, founder of Epic Games and Fortnite, is also the creator of the Unreal Engine. Unreal has been used to build not only Fortnite, but Final Fantasy, Microsoft's Gears of War, and top Xbox and PlayStation games. And it's now being used more and more by Hollywood films to create hyper-realistic special effects scenes. On the other hand, the Unity engine is what Facebook is Horizons with, and it's the engine that League of Legends, Pokemon Go, and many mobile AR, VR games are built on. And that includes everything from Activision's Call of Duty to Nintendo's Super Mario Run. So basically, Unreal and Unity are the metaverse equivalent of Android and iOS. From the Financial Times a few months ago, Epic and Unity revved their engines for the next era of entertainment. Last week, Epic Games, better known outside the industry as the creator of Fortnite Battle Royale, closed a $1.8 billion round of funding. The company at $17 billion. The deal, $250 million investment from Sony, which the PlayStation maker said would broaden their collaboration ahead of the PS5's release. Epic wants to use its new funding to play a lead role in developing the so-called metaverse and expansion of games into platforms for new kinds of social and entertainment experiences. If Epic achieves its vision of the metaverse, then its addressable market could grow from the entire global video gaming community to the entire global internet-connected population. Its rival Unity, meanwhile, has hired bankers for a public listing expected later this year, said one person briefed on the matter, a move that would capitalize on its huge growth in mobile apps and fuel expansion into a much bigger addressable market beyond video gaming. These are two leading engines out of many, and there are other worlds that will meet in the metaverse that are creating their own engines. So for example, Minecraft, which has got 480 million players, Roblox with 160 million players, and Crossfire, who's got over 1 billion players, all having their own engines. The bottom line, both the demand and the software tools are in place for the metaverse. And before we get on to number three, take a moment just to imagine how this metaverse is going to end the internet.
Introducing Finaco Bank, the new platform for serious online trading. With 20 years experience, professional tools and low fees.
As we know it. No more Google search, as we have our own virtual assistants doing the searching for us. No more keyboards as we walk and talk just like in the real world. No more apps as we just travel to world. No more screen time as we're simply accessing the metaverse via wearable devices. And no more storing by IP address, but actually by time and place in virtual reality. Markets, entire economies, and even countries will grow up in this virtual world. And we'll use it to access and enhance our existing world. Whether you experience the Eiffel Tower in real life or in a virtual world, or in real life via the eyes of a robot while you're in the metaverse in another part of the world, That's going to be entirely up to you. And in the next decade, for better or for worse, this is going to be just as much relic as pages and fax machines are today. Soon this happen, that has everything to do with the hardware. As you're seeing, the metaverse is emerging in the games market, and the world's 2.5 billion games accessing the virtual worlds in three main ways. 45% by mobile, 30% by game, 25% by PC. All three are increasing in power and speed, and as 5G rolls out, it will increase mobile speeds by up to 100 times 4G. That's fast enough to create a seamless link between our real world and the metaverse. Everyone's racing to get out faster, cheaper wearables to access the metaverse. From Facebook's Oculus, Microsoft's HoloLens, and Sony's PlayStation VR, these clunky VR goggles are now being replaced by smart glasses. Here's the latest news. Facebook is launching smart glasses in 2021 with Ray-Ban. That's next year. Apple is likely to launch Apple Glass AR glasses by 2022. And Amazon has already launched with its Alexa-powered Amazon Echo frames, which are already being offered by invitation. And while it may be 5 years away before we have a fully seamless experience of our real world and the metaverse, we will already be living, learning, connecting, creating, and playing in it long before then. By 2024, we'll be spending more time in 3D virtual. You'll either be watching this video on the wall of the metaverse, or on the wall of classes, or I'll be transformed into a 3D bot in your virtual world. So what do you think? Will the metaverse transform humanity for good? Will it result in a Ready Player One style universe, or a dystopia like The Matrix? Let me know what you think in the comments below. And if you found this video eye-opening, please do give it a like and subscribe. And do enjoy my video and frankly all of YouTube while it exists. Because in the future metaverse, we're going to be connecting in
metaverse. Many of us, depending on our age, may be not aware of how important the gaming market has become. I remember over 20 odd years ago, one of my computer experts said we should open up in Brixton a game shop where you could come and play from Xbox, Atari, up until the latest, because he said that's where the future is going to be. The future money is going to be in gaming. And I didn't take it too serious and didn't follow it through. And now we see it's the biggest industry in the sense of media at the moment. Bigger than the movie industry, because half of the movies, when you see all these special effects, what are they using? Computer generated graphics from these 3D programmers. And you see many of the youths them now, you saw in the footage, you have your mask or you have your goggles. And these goggles will give you that 3D experience. They've all got wearables that you can put on your body. And these wearables give you the feeling of the experience you're going through. For instance, you'd be doing a racing car simulation, but these games are also simulations, what the military would use to learn how to drive or to fly. And also hypnosis, the colors and the music, and that's why you children are hooked to this for hours. They even eat properly because they're hypnotized. So it's used by the military. It's used for training purposes. It's used for hypnosis purposes. So the power of the computer now mixing with biotechnology, that's computers mixing with human beings, and you have these wearables. As I said, you're doing a racing car a simulation on a game, you can now buy the seat. And every turn, you feel it. Every jolt, you feel. So you're feeling the experience. You're getting a 3D experience, your emotions, and your desire to tactile. By the time you finish the game, you finish the program playing, you feel as if you've been in that place. Your emotions are satisfied, and you're contented. And this is what it's all about. So then you stay at home, in the game, playing online. So, technically before, you develop a passion potato or couch cabbage, put on weight, become sick because you don't have no more, you're socializing, you're not exercising because you're caught in this artificial world. They call it intelligent, I say not intelligent. I tried to understand something about it was what's that saying to me? Oh, an invisible cloak. So I'm standing outside and you see him in the cloak. And you see the whole scene. So these are things that the military have from a while, invisible cloak. So somebody could be in your yard and you don't even know they're recording with an invisible cloak. So there's a lot of money. And you see the glasses. This is in a pair of glasses, that is a camera. You can walk around the field and have a different experience. But all these devices are can you to some who is seeing exactly what you're doing, your pleasure, and directing and controlling you. This is the whole thing about technology. So we have to be very aware of the age we're going into and why they're trying to force this COVID passport, why they're trying to force this mixing, because this is a digital ID that's going to link you biochemically to the internet, to the system of things that are to come. Now, there are many that say they're going to get around this one way or the other. There are other devices, there are other systems, there are ways to break. But you have to remember, everything you do on the computer leaves a digital footprint. That's why when people are doing anything scammy, they would either use the dark web or they would use another person's IP address. Go to an internet cafe, bounce off with their neighbors. Internet, that's why it's important you keep your internet secure. You keep your phone secure. What hackers do, they come in, they use your software to bounce from, to do activities that if they are traced back, it comes to you, because everything leaves footprints. Now you had these people in the world who are computer experts, but just like you have the experts, they can be bought. There's a price for most people, and a lot of times some of these experts are working undercover for the feds to draw in those who have the criminal mindset. Now, we know Babylon has stolen and robbed and raped and still taking. And if you can take back in a way that is effective and not too detrimental to yourself, it is good. But we see now a lot of activities taking place that are very crude, because the way the world has become now so cold, people don't care. In our days, there was no CCTV. People could walk around and do anything they wanted to do and get away with it. Unless somebody see you. But now, CCTV is closely linking everything to this metaverse. The youths nowadays don't even care. They will just go out with their hoodie or they face a door because they don't care no more. It's got to the stage where people have just become cold, very vicious. So now people think they can get around this system, getting false COVID passports, getting false passes to enter and exit certain places. But you had a group of people who set up a phone that was totally encrypted, because crypto, you have to remember, like the currency, all it means is that you're sending information that has got a long keychain of passwords, which is called encryption, so that it can't be broken, hence crypto. You can encrypt messages. If you want to send secret things to people, you can encrypt like your money now, what's going on with this blockchain, to hide it. You can encrypt secret information, you can encrypt data. So this phone was reprogrammed and a software placed on this phone like a WhatsApp. And the criminals, as they are called by the system, since 2016 have been using this for illicit activities globally. It was intercepted a few years ago, but the government were told by the feds not to let the public know, because there were 60,000 subscribers and they want to try and catch as much of them as possible. If you alert the public, the public will take action. I don't know if you've seen the news recently. Mr. Boris, just like police, have gone around over the last week at the raids on drugs. This is all leading from this now because the police are now got a lot of information. So if you know any youths who was involved, I know a lot of our youths was involved using these type of software thinking that they are invincible. So I want us all to be careful because if it's linked to our house and your IP and our youths have been using this software, we could stand in a chance of getting a visit, an unwanted visit by the feds. So I want you to watch this video I'm going to show you now of this new social software. Even though the feds have got onto it, there are other companies out there now with various versions of this type of software. So I always ask, who's going to win the war? Is it going to be the criminal or is it going to be the law enforcement? Both of them got the money. Both of them have got access to the technology. But the one thing with the government, they have a legal gang, which is international, even Interpol, if you run with. Whereas criminal, they have a local gang. It may be international, but it can't be trusted. Because in the gang, there's always sellouts. Just like within the extreme forces of the law, they are sellouts. Because the criminal would not be able to become a criminal without inside information. And those inside will not be able to catch the criminal without the criminal having outside information. Grass, redneck, there's no fifth columnist. So who's going to win the battle in the mind control of people and economics? Hence why the juke scene have to come in. Saying so everybody have them digital mark. Everybody can be accounted for. And the only way you can be is by having your DNA, which is unique to you, on the computer, linked with some digital format, hence the juke scene and the 5G. But now I'll take back the top. Watch the video, let me know what you think, because I'm going to be questioning you just after this.
Yo, this is the Scar City Studios YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, comment, share and subscribe. And our sponsors at Alpha Claims and Hire Birmingham, the leading and best accident management company. Get a replacement car anywhere in 1 hour. Encro chat. This story has been developing throughout lockdown, but it actually goes back to 2016. Recently, law enforcement agencies across Europe arrested multiple people suspected of using Encro chat to conduct criminal activities. It appears that a large-scale coordinated operation against both the network and users has been orchestrated by the FBI, NSA, and also other law enforcement agencies. EncroChat is one of a number of brands that operate within the encrypted phone market. The phones are typically Android based with a custom operating system loaded onto it. Often the phones are physically altered to remove certain functionalities including GPS location, the microphone or the camera. Phones were sold with a remote kill switch function as well that you send a code to and it would automatically wipe it clean. Other brands that are in the market as well: AnyChat, Phantom Secure, Ghost Phones, Sky ECC, Cypher and Omerta. The phones could typically only communicate with each other on the same device as it was a secure network. The finally released stories connected to EncroChat in the mainstream media. For the past few weeks, no other media apart from Vice News has actually acknowledged that this actually happened. Today, in The Guardian, The Independent, BBC News, all the mainstream medias have released a story that says that 700 people have been arrested in the biggest ever UK operation against organised crime after an encrypted phone network was cracked.
What is a person's knowledge and experience actually worth? 20k a year?
Police hailed the victory against kingpin criminals after £54 million and tons of drugs have been seized. I'll be referencing the Guardian newspaper for this because a lot of stuff lately has been on. Police arrested more than 700 suspects, 54 million in cash and tons of drugs in the UK's biggest operation ever. Officials said that previously untouchable kingpins who evaded justice for decades while enjoying flashy lifestyles were among those that were detained. High-level gangs, including those importing guns, drugs and people into Britain, have been targeted in a series of raids by law enforcement agencies against a secretive communication network that was known as Encro chat. That were designed to be secure against infiltration, and they started to spy on the users and harvesting their data as they carried on unaware. This is why the media, because they're so connected to the police, a lot of the time the police will tell them what stories not to cover, and this is why this story, I believe, potentially has had less coverage. Virtually nothing. There are 60,000 users worldwide and 10,000 users in the UK. The National Crime Agency, the NCA, said raids continued up until today. The sole use for coordinating and planning the distribution of illicit commodities, they said, money laundering and also plotting to kill rival criminals. So they actually said that this network was used a lot by hitmen. Of course, when it was originally created, it was made for celebrities who were scared of people hacking their information. This probably led from the News of the World, the newspaper that was hacking the phones of celebrities for stories. The platform was infiltrated by agencies in France and the Netherlands, and they shared it with Europol and partners in the UK. Unbeknown to the users throughout the whole time, the NCA and the police have been monitoring their every move ever since. It's the biggest and most significant operation of its kind in the UK. Hundreds of staff work to analyse the data and identify Encro chat users, working through millions and millions of messages and hundreds of thousands of images. It's resulted in 746 arrests in the UK so far, including, they say, high-value targets and iconic fugitives who have escaped justice until now. The operation has revealed the identities of an unknown number of corrupt police officers also, so they're actually saying that a lot of corrupt police have been discovered from this. Officials said that while police operations against gangs frequently see low-level operatives getting their hands dirty, Encro phones were only used by middle-tier and top-tier gangsters. Chief Constable Steve Jupp called the operation an unparalleled victory against criminals. By dismantling these groups, we have saved countless lives, protected communities across the UK. The raids so far have seized more than 54 million in cash. They have found 77 firearms, grenades, 1,800 rounds of ammunition, over 2 tons of Class A and B drugs, and 28 million Valium pills. Criminals have lost 55 high-value cars and 73 luxury watches. As a result of the intelligence-led police and NCA said they had prevented more than 200 threats to life by stopping rival gangs carrying out kidnappings and executions. In London alone, 1,400 Encro chat users were found. The Metropolitan Police said that the operation enabled them to foil an assassination attempt in June and arrest a would-be gunman. Scotland Yard said it had detained members of one of the most organised crime gangs in the capital. The central figures of this group led lavish lifestyles and lived in multi-million-pound properties and drove top-of-the-range vehicles. They appear to be successful, respectable business people, but they are dangerous individuals. Nikki Holland, the NCA's Director of Investigations, likened the infiltration to having an inside person in every top organised crime group in the country. This is the broadest and deepest ever UK operation into serious organised crime. This is just the start of the operation, and it will go on for a long time yet. I'd say any criminal who uses the encrypted phone should be very worried. The devices were Encro phones, bespoke mobiles that claimed anonymity with built-in security operating systems, encrypted messaging and calls, self-destructing text, and even a panic wipe function. The product was priced at $1,500 for a 6-month contract, but I've heard of them going up to £3,000. Encro phones became popular in 2017, onwards following the takedown of a BlackBerry PGP network. Matt Horn, the director of the NCA, said that the Encro chat network was completely for criminal purposes. He said Encro phones had become a requirement for organised criminal gangs involved in the importation of drugs, guns and people to the UK, as well as large-scale money laundering operations. The network was used for enforcing drug debts, fighting turf wars, competing markets, making threats and planning attacks or assassinations. An Encro-enabled phone was previously used by a hitman who murdered Liverpool gangster John Kinsella in May 2019. That is in relation to the Paul Massey story, which I did cover in full, so go and watch that documentary if you'd like to learn the story about that. The Europe-wide operation against the European users started in April, but Miss Holland said the timing during the coronavirus pandemic was a coincidence. She added that it had worked to our advantage because criminals were at home when we were calling and the police had greater capacity because of a drop in crime. They intensified the activity on the 13th of June after EncroChat's operators released their platform had been penetrated. Police had the domain seized illegally by government entities. The message said, "We can no longer guarantee the security of the device. You are advised to power off and physically dispose of your device immediately." Messages between British users were intercepted after the alert went out, included one reading, "The police are having a field day." If it's NCA, then we have an even bigger problem. EncroChat servers have now been shut down by the Home Secretary Preeti Patel. They said the work against similar devices would continue. This operation demonstrates that criminals would not get away with using encrypted phones to plot vile crimes under the radar. A recent example of the phones being hacked in a court case and in relation to drugs and importation is a case that's been heard in Lisbon Crown Court. A man is accused of being part of a large-scale criminal network and he's been refused bail. Detectives investigating the evidence of a large supply of drugs and importation have lawfully hacked a dealer's encrypted phone on Wednesday. This was in June 2020. He appeared at Newry Magistrates Court in Lisbon via video link from police custody. The 45-year-old Victor Notorantonio confirmed that he understood the 5 charges against him. Victor from Newry was charged in being concerned in the supply of Class A drugs, cocaine, and Class B drugs, cannabis. Simple possession of cocaine and 2 counts of possessing criminal property, all alleged to have been committed between March the 25th and June the 5th, 2020. Detectives investigating the case, Constable Hamilton, found evidence that she believed could connect Victor to the offences. The prosecuting lawyer, Robin Steer, said there were objections to bail, outlining that essentially this is an investigation where the police obtained data from a mobile phone, obtained under authorisation, indicating large-scale supply and importation of drugs. He described that during a search of Victor's home on Monday, police found a small amount of cocaine and 2 phones, 2 tablets, 2 pay-as-you-go SIMs, digital scales, financial documents and a pink notebook with transactions with 12 to 13 grand in cash. The court heard that during the search, Victor had been sitting on the sofa and beside him under a blanket was a blank encrypted phone. There was also a Samsung mobile phone in his pocket and Victor denied any knowledge of the Encro phone. Police believe the 2 devices were linked through messages. Mr. Steer said that on the Encro phone, police had uncovered a large quantity of messages relating to the supply of drugs, adding that police feared if Victor was granted bail, he was likely to commit a further offence or interfere with the investigation. He claimed that as well as being involved in drug dealing, Victor was part of a large-scale criminal network, and if he was let out, he would contact the others and warn them of what was happening. DC Hamilton also revealed on the day of the search that Victor had been attacked and beaten by a gang of men, so police also had fears for his own safety. Defence Secretary Kean Toner said Victor had given an innocent explanation for the presence of the money, claiming that some of it was from the sale of a van, a portion was savings and the rest was for a wedding present for his daughter. He submitted that he had no criminal record and the case could take more than a year to be investigated and dealt with bail conditions that could be put in place at his address that he wanted to stay at. Despite his defence, the bail application was not successful and they remanded him in custody until July the 15th. So that is an example of the connection to organised crime recently, and also the connection with the phone hacking. One of the most known murders connected to encrypted phones was the murder of Martin Koch in 2016 in Holland, in Amsterdam. He was actually a former criminal and he'd become a blogger. He'd become a crime blogger, so he'd discuss about certain things, and he was doing exposés and investigative journalism into criminal organised crime gangs that were still operating. So this made him the enemy of some Glasgow gangsters who had actually created an encrypted phone company themselves, allegedly, during this time. It's said in the Daily Record that Scotland's most notorious organised crime gang with links to gun murders in the Netherlands. Martin Koch, a 49, who was a former murderer, he'd killed 2 people and been convicted of it. He was shot dead in a sex club in 2016. The Dutch officers probing the investigation said that his links to Scottish drug gangs were the reason why he was killed. They asked Scottish police for access to intelligence gained from an operation called Escalade that saw 9 members of a gang jailed for 87 years. It is believed that Martin's death involved members of a gang from Glasgow. They could not be named for legal reasons. Officers from Central Netherlands Police Force travelled to Scotland to meet detectives last month. They are also in exchange of information through international agencies, including Interpol. Detective Chief Superintendent Jerry McLean, head of organised crime and counter-terrorism, said, "I cannot comment on any investigation at the moment. However, the conviction and sentencing this year of involved criminals in the gang is significant in terms of disrupting their drug business." Koch was killed in a sex club in Lorraine just as he left it. Police drawed a blanket on his killer, even though the murder happened on CCTV. Martin also had an earlier attempt on his life the same night that he died. Following his death, Dutch police released footage showing the failed murder bid outside the Citizen M Hotel in Amsterdam and the security camera images of his murder in the sex club car park. A photo emerged of him lounging on a bed inside the club, only wearing black pants and giving a double thumbs up to the camera. He left that club at 11:20. The surveillance footage shows the killer emerging from the bushes and shooting him as he gets into his Volkswagen Polo. When he was buried, mourners had to walk through metal detectors for fears of gangland violence, and his coffin was carried by 4 glamorous young women, and champagne was served during the service. Dutch police said that Scottish detectives looked at the links to the senior crime group that was involved in the encrypted phones, and they were looking to see if Koch was involved in the highest levels of the Escalade group. Most of the members are in jail, but major players are abroad. 9 people were jailed in relation to drug dealing, cocaine, firearms, serious violence and money laundering at the High Court in Glasgow in January. His story was definitely one of the major ones that led to the unravelling of encrypted phones and the connection that it had to organised crime gangs. Another example of Encro being used in drug cases, massive drug cases, is in Turkey. Turkish police confiscated more than 15 tons of heroin in the eastern province of Erzurum, marking the largest heroin seizure in the country's history. A total of 1 ton and 535 kilograms of heroin was found hidden among marble stones in 17 large sacks of a long rig truck on January the 24th. The governor's office said in a written statement, "This was the largest amount of drugs seized in a single operation in the country. The truck was en route to Iran via Istanbul and was stopped by anti-drug squad of Turkish police. The driver of the vehicle, along with 3 other suspects in Istanbul to whom the heroin would be handed over, were arrested on charges of drug trafficking. According to police data, Turkish security forces had caught a total of 17.3 tons of heroin in 2018, arresting more than 1,500 suspects. This is where they believe a lot of these Encro chats are connected to, is to the connection and operation of major drug lines. Reading from the Evening Standard on Wednesday the 24th of June, weapons, watches and £100,000 were seized in South London raids targeting county line drug gangs. 6 people were arrested. 2 high-value watches, a machete, high-powered scooters and jewellery were also recovered in early morning raids in Wandsworth on Wednesday. 3 men and 3 women aged 18 to 24 were arrested on suspicion of Class A drugs and possession of property. The operation is led by Scotland Yard, South West Gangs and Proactive Unit. They were supported by the officers from Hampshire Constabulary and carried out 5 arrests at addresses across the county. The detective said the South West Gangs and Proactive Unit had a zero tolerance approach, and this is just a wave of different ones. In Birmingham, I'm told of about 60 arrests in connection to conspiracy cases being brought against Encro. Still, it has been a long time coming, and there definitely won't be the last that you're going to hear about this. So make sure you turn on your bell for notifications and follow us online on Twitter, Facebook, and also Instagram as well. We're trying to get to 100k followers on Instagram, so I'd really appreciate that if you went and followed us.
Scarcity Studio. You see? So I'm covering technology. We look at the change of the internet coming up soon with the 3D internet and that new experience that you'll be having. And to be part of that, you're going to have your new ID. They're using things like Encro chat, as we see here, and many other platforms to try and get around the system. But there's no way getting around their technology. There's no way getting around their system, because there's going to be infiltrators on your side as the criminal and on the government side as the law enforcement, as we see. The amount of money that is being transferred. When they were using this platform, because they were believed it was so secure, people were calling people's names. They weren't using code, like sometimes man would use coder when they were doing things. If they wanted X amount of drugs, they would just call what they wanted by the name. So people, once they were infiltrated, because the government has been infiltrating many of these phones for the last year or so without the user knowing. And this is what you call malware. This is what you call virus. Just like them put virus in the atmosphere and in us. Yeah, and we have to now find our own antivirus solution with the immune system. Then one give an antivirus solution with them juxi. It's the same thing they did with this phone. This phone had its own secure, encrypted so-called software, and they put virus in there, a malware, to disable the phone. In one of these videos, it says that you've got a self-destructive code on there that will wipe off the data. They went in there and they put a malware that stopped the user from wiping off the data of the phone. They were told in 30 seconds, once this message comes off, to dispose of that phone or destroy that phone. You hear South London call, you hear Wandsworth call, you hear gangs call, it ring a bell, because most of you them infiltrated by the society of the rude boys have been drawn into gangs, especially at a certain age, or else they can't walk street. And a lot of these youths have been using these technologies and others like this. And some of them is living in your yard and you don't know what's going on. And the police this year are coming with a roundup to clean up mentally, spiritually and physically. And the space wasters they're coming for. Those who are not putting back into society but taking and becoming a nuisance. And that is mostly we, them see that over the years. And our youths are unemployable, they're not employed, they have the biggest car and the biggest eyes closed. Just like we did back in the day. We did never different. We have lizard skin and snake skin. We cost our £300-400, which is maybe £1,000 now. If I drive big flashy car, we pass through them things. But in nowadays, we never had no only CCTV watching us. We didn't have so much. What is the word now? Obstacles. We could get through easier. Now there's so many obstacles set up by technology and media that you can't move. So when you think you can get a COVID passport to sneak through, it's going to work for a while, but then you have to have an infiltrator inside. And then that infiltrator could also be infiltrated. That infiltrator could also be working for the feds. So the time has come where we have been asked, by our illustrious leader, by the Abbey, for 1 million of us to flee from the West. before the West locked the door. I'm telling you over and over and over in Sabbath school, the vaccine has got microchip in it and nanobots. Who want to do the independent research, please do it, because it's not for me to convince you, because Vince can already. Yeah, it's for you to know. But don't believe again if you know. There's research out there that's pointing you in two different ways. And anybody who speaks about this negatively, it's juxine. Whether they're from health or science, you don't see them again. You don't hear them again in the media, because the media is controlled. Just like you never hear about this Enron chat, because the media was controlled and the police never want it known to the criminals. So they could alert one another before they did the investigation. So everything is kept in a certain format for those who need to know a need-to-know basis. Now the time has come for you to know that the government is calling me before the doors close. Because you see across Europe, this passport has been issued and they're using countries like Australia as test grounds first, their little colony, where them send on them worthless people, them said back in the day, and South America, the crackers, the poor white trash, were sent to America and Canada. Parts of Australia, wipe out the indigenous people, them, lighten them up as we hear the youth talk earlier. And now they're the ones that is under pressure. They're saying in Australia this week, they want youths as young as 5 to have the passport before they enter certain school and things. In America, on RT News this week, youth them get juke up in a school without their parents' consent. And the school governorship is saying it is for the protection of the teachers, the pupils, and society at all. And if them have to take responsibility over the parents, then we'll do it. So we see now laws are being passed without the right process, because it has to go through Parliament, and these things take normally weeks. These people now are just changing the agenda overnight. And no matter about human rights, civil rights, this, that rights, you don't have no rights. They want you march. They want you pick it. I'm telling them no march. Leave them Europeans if you go to their marching for them country. Get out of her, my people, the book said. So you don't become partakers of the plagues and the sins. Since December, the amount of natural disaster happening in the Western world, you see Africa safe. It's only South Africa get it where enough of those colonizers are still, perpetuating the negative energy. But right across Europe, if we have time, we'll show a video of all of the disasters taking place this year, where our ancestors and forefathers said they're going to be at the whirlwind, the earthquake, the floods, mash up them technology and bring down them arms. Them can't fight against the mother. We don't have the arms, but we have nature. And it's now fasting time, where we are becoming in tune with the energy of the Creator and Mother Nature, the Father and Mother God of creation, where we now can tap into that source and call out for this outpouring of the Spirit of Christ till we're going to come in at the last days. Yeah. So we now can telepathically, sometimes you think about your brethren and they just call you, or something said no go somewhere, and you go and you hear something happen down there. You're getting more in tune with your telepathic communication and your intuition. Yeah, you judge a telephone. And this is how we're going to have to start working and call down some forces and stop them bombs from flying and cause some natural disaster upon them. But we can't be here when it happens. There's no use we singing for Babylon for fall and we in Babylon. We're going to get beaten too. The Lord said, we're going to call you out for the dark and gloomy day. He didn't say it was a nice day. When you read Ezekiel, when you read Joel 2. Yeah, what Joel 2 say. Because, you usually draw from the book. And today I've been showing you videos. I'm not really referring to the book. So what Joel 2 tell me, because I know me says so, the Bible says so. Even though many people fight this book, especially in our community now, going back to their ancient ancestral rights, nothing wrong with that. But you have to remember, above the ancestors and above the creation and the sun and moon stars, is the creative force who put all these things into play. And we must not give homage unto the creative force and the dead before we give homage to the creative force. And many we give obeisance to elements like back in the days of Persia, back in the days of Kemet, back in the days of Greece, where we had Zeus and we had Hercules and we have Marduk and we have the Anunnaki, going back to the Sumerian doctrine, yeah, with Enlil and so forth. And then you come up to we with Osiris and Isis, and all of the doctrines is teaching us what to live in harmony with each other. But the Almighty get vexed because we start put creation before him. So we as Israel come out through Abraham and call Abraham away from the idol. His father worship idol them in a Chaldea. And him call him out and say, you know, going to be a special nation. And Abraham have to go to Kemet. Moses grew up in a Kemet. Learn everything from Kemet. So we can't disrespect Kemet. But we have to know, say, the Lord is alone to be given glory unto. So we read in Joel 2. It says, blow ye the trumpet in Zion, and sound an alarm in my holy mountain. Where is Zion? And Ethiopia, anywhere the Ark of the Covenant there is Mount Zion. Anywhere the Ark of the Covenant will never, I tell you again, never be defeated. Because anytime Israel has had the Ark, according to the course of history, no nation beat them. And from Ethiopia have it, no nation beat them, and no nation will in the holy mountain. So let all the nations of the land tremble, for the day of the Lord cometh, for it is nigh at hand. A day of darkness and of gloominess, a day of clouds and of thick darkness, and as the morning spread upon the mountains, a great people and strong, that there has not been like, ever like, since it has been, and there will be no more after it, even to the years of many generations. A fire devour before them and behind them. A flame burneth the land. Is Eden. Sorry. A fire devoureth before them, and behind them a flame burneth. The land is as the Garden of Eden before them, and behind them a desolate wilderness. Yea, and nothing shall escape them. The appearance of them is the appearance of horses, and as horsemen, so shall they run. Like the noise of chariots on the top of mountains shall they leap. Like the noise of a flame of fire that devoureth the stubble. As a strong people set in battle array before their face, the people shall be in much pain. All faces shall cover blackness or sadness. They shall run like mighty men, and shall climb the wall like men of war. And they shall march every one in his ways, and they shall not break their ranks. Neither shall one trust against another. They shall walk every one in his part. And when they fall upon the sword, they shall not be wounded. They shall run to and fro in the city. They shall run upon the wall. They shall climb upon the houses. They shall enter in the windows like a thief. The earth shall quake before them. The heavens shall tremble. The sun and the moon shall be dark. And the stars shall withdraw their shining. And the Lord shall utter his voice before his army. For his camp is very great. For he is strong, that exceedeth his word. For the day of the Lord is great and very terrible. Who can abide it? Therefore also now saith the Lord, turn ye even to me, with not just your finger, not just your foot, not just your mind, but he's asking us to turn to him with all our heart, and with fasting, and with weeping, and with mourning, and rend our hearts, and not our garments, and turn unto the Lord our God, for he is gracious, and he is merciful, he is slow to anger, and of great kindness, and repenteth him of evil. Who knoweth if he will turn and repent, and leave a blessing behind him, even a meat offering, and a drink offering unto the Lord your God. So he's saying we must blow the trumpet in Zion and call a fast. Exactly what is going on now. Zion is fasting. We are fasting as the children of Zion abroad. Because the Lord is there, and he said we call upon him, he's gracious, he's merciful. Why not destroy we yet? Because he's what? Slow to anger, with great kindness. And he's doing this for his own name's sake. We have to remember that too, because we come in like everything he asks us to do, we can't do. Just like when Ethiopia asked us to do the song, most of the artists want to do independent song. Certain artists don't want to work with certain artists. No Jamaican artists are compromised with all sort of mix up within the music business when we play Lion Trod the other week. Because of the nasty slackness within the music fraternity. Him saying, no one, you come with your mind and your money and render in your garments is your art, and a clean art. And he must call for your solemn fast and call for an assembly and gather the people and sanctify the congregation, assemble the elders and gather the children, those that are sick and suck breast, and let the bridegroom go forth from his chamber and the bride out of her closet. And let the priests and the ministers of the Lord weep between the porch of the altar. And let them say, spare thy people, O Lord, and give not thine heritage to the reproach, that the Eden should not rule over them. Wherefore should they say amongst the people, where is your God? So we see Ethiopia, the land where the gods love to be, where the Ark of the Covenant is, which carrying the testimony of Christ, unsavored, unsalted, untarnished by the hands of Constantine and them Khazar Jews and the Western Christianity. The Orthodox teaching, the Ge'ez teachings, the teachings of the Bible that was there before Europeans knew of it. We're living in cave. We're living in some lewd conditions. Now I bathe for all 6-7 months. I eat dead. I eat flesh. Raw flesh still to this day. We was living in the natural environment, picking our things from the trees. Carried away captivity because of our own backsliding, which we don't want to admit. We want to just blame people. As we said earlier when the youth did a talk about linguistics and people, how the Berber was the real Islam in Africa till the Arab them come in Northwest Africa, Northeast Africa, and start introduce slavery and going to Spain, and going to England and Europe and Rome and Italy and take European woman as slave. And that is why the continent looks a washout. Because it wasn't just European slaves and black slaves and Asian slaves that the Arab take. It's a whole mixture, even the Mona people. So this admixture has been going on before the European slavery by our Arab brothers and still being perpetuated. And many a way are run down this Islam. Many a way are run down this Eurocentric Christianity. What in slavery? Never hear Ethiopia come in slavery. You never hear China come in slavery. That's why China and Ethiopia fought together. They never have no war. From 7000 BC in Drusilla Higgins' book, The Wonderful Ethiopians, she talk about them trading across the Ethiopian Sea, which they call the Atlantic Ocean now. Because the current will take you right to Asia if you go in a dinghy, and the next current will take you right to South America, depending on the time of the year, by a dinghy, by the currents. And we were trading gold for silk and furs and ivory. And we think the lion come from in China. China not a lion. And we bring lion there with the lion dancer, the black kung fu warrior, and the black ninja, and the black Buddha. So don't be distilled by all these people's lies. We know the earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof. But him call a certain way out. Of all of the nations of we. And him call with Israel. Him call with Igbo. The same Igbo and Yoruba people that you see occupy now parts of Nigeria. Because there was no Niger area. The whole of that was Kush. The whole of that was Moray. The whole of that was also Shanghai Empire before this Malgamese coming. We have to know with history. Because to some people it's a mystery. So now them bringing them hordes, as we read in Zion and in Joel, against Zion, with their weapons of lies and their mass media of false news and their mercenaries they're flying into Ethiopia, but it's not working. Because we read verse 18, then will the Lord be jealous for his land and pity his people. Yea, the Lord will answer and say unto his people, behold, I will send you corn and wine and oil, and you shall be satisfied therewith. And he will no more make you reproach among the Eden, but I will remove far off from you the northern army, and they will drive out into the land barren and desolate. I will drive him out into the land barren and desolate, with his face towards the east sea, and his hinder parts towards the uttermost sea. And his stink shall come up, and his ill savour shall come up, because he has done great things, great wicked things. Like when Hitler was called a great man by Farrakhan, the world get jumpy. He didn't say he was a good man, he said he was a great man, a wickedly great man, but in wickedness. So these people, them, we don't know, so them, no beard, as the book said, them stink, and them ill savour, and them stench. I come up to the Lord with them dirty behavior and them dirty thoughts. But the Lord said, fear not, O land, be glad and rejoice, for the Lord will do great things. Be not afraid, ye beasts of the field, for the pastures of the wilderness do spring, for the tree beareth her fruit, for the fig and the vine do yield their strength, Be glad, O you children of Zion, and rejoice in the Lord your God. For he has given you the former rain moderately, and he will cause to come down upon you more rain, the former rain and the latter rain in the first month. And the floors shall be full with wheat, and fat shall cover, and overflow with wine and oil. And I will restore unto you the years that the locusts have eaten, and the cracker worm, and the caterpillar, and the palmer worm, my great army, which I said among you. Because I remember I said, them things the Lord used, you know. And when they come against the World War II, them things His Majesty used. The bees and wasps and all elements to fight against Mussolini army. And this the Lord also used to fight against me when we turn against him, like the plagues of Israel. Like when even Israel turned against him, when Egypt turned against him. He beat him own people too. He beat we first, because we is his people, Egypt. The Bible tells you that. He beat Israel because we is his people. And the wicked, them beaten when it come, and now go nice, you know, so don't be here for the beating. The calling out is coming. Yeah. So we shall have plenteous. We shall praise the name of the Lord. He will dealt wonderfully with us. And now we will never be ashamed again. And you shall know that the Lord is in the midst of Israel, and that he is our Lord and none else. And all of our people will never be ashamed. And it shall come to pass afterward that he will pour out his spirit on all flesh, and your sons and your daughters shall prophesy. So once him bring we, you know, don't feel those who can't make it, that your soul is gone. Because I know the Lord is going to open a way with those of us who go down. If he bust open the gate for those who is trapped within the west, if they come out, because if them ever, let me calm myself. Tell them if you take this juke scene, if you rise up, you know, as Nubians, anywhere we are in the world. If you want martyr, you get martyr. If you want to stand up on war, you come in and you crew on your war. Now take back no talk. Because them are going to kill you anyway with the juke scene. You're going to dead one day anyway. You receive the mark. So what we're going to do? Dead as coward, or we're going to dead as warrior, king and queen. If them don't want to give you a reparation and want to give you a juke scene, we mash up the place. If they don't want to mash up the place, you give it a reparation and give it the country of choice you want to send us to them. Because you already now send out message about immigration status changes. We see the thing I go around on WhatsApp, you know, media and world press and government, because you were talking to a watch whip online that you want to send me back. Some of we born here and we not no citizen, we subject because we parents still born a foreign. With children are supposed to be citizen. But if them catch up on this drug thing, with the raids we are going with now, with the secret chat when the boss, and enough of you them you know involved in all this, we're going to just try to send them out to and take away their money. And that them are going to do, you know, we's working, one with the law enforcement with the drugs, we pay the drug dealers, who is the law enforcement, the National Drug Agency, and then on Bitcoin and crypto, we're working for them again, because they're going to soon tax the crypto wallet them. Anybody with a couple 100,000, 28%, when you come to take your money from the coin, what they call tokens, into cash. And if you have over $1 million, then go and take 50 or 40%, nearly 48%. It's all online. Those who have it convert it now, like some of my brethren convert these into asset like land. It was a good thing if you was in early. If you're going to stay for 6 months from now, you're in trouble. If you want to pull out your money by February, I'd advise that. But the problem is, those who amassed a lot of money, you can only pull out a certain amount at a time. This is the next trap. You might put in 10,000 and see 50 or 40,000 in the now. But you can't pull out the whole of it. They give you stipulation of the time you can pull it out. And by the time you come for pull it out by next year, you have to have your COVID passport, my lord. And the new internet might come in very soon, my lord. And if you don't have your digital ID, or you're going to do your transaction, my lord. If the internet crash and the power crash, oh, hey, if we don't have the food, clothes and shelter, we're in problem. So I'll go back to the point now before I just call in the ambassador who is online. We've been called by the government of Ethiopia to come 1 million strong for Ethiopia, Gena, we call it Christmas, 7th of January. And Sister Yasmin is going to explain to us the procedure, because to go to many countries now in the continent, there's restrictions because of the red list. There's restrictions because of visas and so forth. There's quarantining. And sadly to me, I'm hearing that my little Ghana this week will be not allowing us to come in without vaccine. And that is not good to hear because we have some investment down there and that don't look good. So the whole of we is in predicament. We don't ready to leave. The money is at different places. We don't have the money now. We just get new job. With son having a child, somebody sick in the family we have to look after. The time is never right. But brethren and sisters, this is where it comes to us at the beginning. Moral responsibility and life choices. We can't give no account for nobody in our family. Tell me you them from them little and them mothers that when time for me to go, we have meet with them already last year when this thing start and this year, and when we're ready for move, if them not ready, them know where me there. If they get trapped, them have to give account for themselves because a long time we're talking. Who have eyes to see, we see, and ears to hear. We'll hear. I'm not saying that this is the lockdown final, but me know say by early next year, Britain is going to force this passport on us. And this passport is not telling you, if you're red now, you must isolate. They haven't said this thing. So we all got this passport and we're walking around with it for what reason? Is it to monitor us that we got the COVID to say isolate? And if you go in your workplace and 20 people you work with now, them all have to isolate so the workplace closed down, it won't be economically viable. So they're not talking about the passport is to separate those that have the virus from not. Because they already know, one, they can't stop the virus with the mixing. There's no prevention of it being spread. And we, who's non-mixing, know say many people, we do 4 or 5 funerals recently and everybody dead from heart, younger than me, and them take the mixing. And me lose a Chris sister in this week that bring my heart to this level when me feeling so passionate about this today. Because she worked for 111, a very lovely girl. And, you know, wasn't feeling well this week and come home from 111 and boom, sit down and never wake up again. And I believe she take the mixing. When you're working for some of these things, you know, it's with work, it's with job, it's with life, we have family to look after. But why gain the world and lose the soul? We stay here next year and we invest and we have big house and car and blockchain money and then we have to receive ID. Well, it might be useful for you, it might say it's not the mark and you know your heart is clean and the Lord will say, but we is warned in Revelation 13, everybody rich, poor, free, bound, anyway you do, we have to receive the mark. It's only a handful of corner that the mountain might escape and right now I see Ethiopia now play the game. The only country in the world will now play the game with the mixing so strong and I give it opportunity. And you know, so the land of Zion is where our Lord loves to be. And we need to be rallying around the Ark of the Covenant with some fasting and prayer because the nations of the world, like in Psalms 2, are gathered together against the Lord and his anointed, saying, let's go and break their bands asunder and cast their card from us. But he who is in heaven not sleeping is laughing because they go at them in the region, you see, them have problem with Russia. They might talk about America, say them don't fear now to let off nuke over Ukraine. This week they must say it upon Russia. Because you know these Europeans, their mind is not good enough. If them can't get them way, they want to destroy everything like them do the Hiroshima. If them lose them just blow up everything and lose everything. But it's not going to work this time, my lords. The satellite them are going to crash. Everything are going to crash through the powers of the Most High. And we calling upon him with a pure heart and a clean heart. Yeah. Sister Yasmin, are you still there with me? I'm going to give her a text because I know Sister Yasmin is also on another meeting. She's so busy as the ambassador within this whole Ethiopia reparation movement that she's forever on call and on demand. Let me just text her. Has anybody got any questions or anything to add or anything to say at this juncture? Or ask about what's going on with the Ethiopia move, what you're seeing today with the technology? No questions? Nothing to add? None that anybody have to say that they've come across similar? Jasmine?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're in another meeting.
Yeah, my connection just broke off on the Zoom. Just trying to fix it back.
Well, I can hear you. No, we can hear you through my phone. So if you want to even talk through the phone while you're doing that, you can still.
Is it on the topic of the visa?
Yeah.
The coming home?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, it's just to really, they called this evening to confirm. There's 2 letters that are out, and he's going to send me one, the English one, and then the one to England. Then I will translate it into English and put it into the group. But all Rastafarians, African diaspora, those with British, American, Jamaican passports, and so on, will be entered at the airport. You know, they get their visas at the airport. You do need to have your PCR test negative. The Ethiopian diaspora, those that have yellow cards, even if they are, even if they need renewing, they will be allowed in. And obviously the blue card holders will be allowed in also. So, and you know, they said thanks for letting them know, because immigration was not aware that there is a problem with the visa. So, you know, like they said, we now with that link and we feed it back to them, they rectify it. So now you can, the e-visa is still online, but because they're doing all the vetting, it's taking longer than usual. So those people can get them at the airport on arrival. I asked, when does it start? And he said it starts immediately. That's your visa. If we can get some even estimated numbers of people that's traveling, so that we can get some reduced rates in the hotels. He's telling me to use the Gion, because the Gion is so close to the stadium, you know, so that once people leave the stadium, they know that they're just walking 2 minutes up the road to their hotels. But the Queen of the Sheba is about 15 minutes from the stadium as well. So at least get some numbers in within the next 7 days to give us an idea what to prepare on the ground here. You know, guest houses, hotels, cheap rates, that we can actually get back to you with some prices. That's for that's an Addis for the actual program. With Shashamani, I've asked brethren and sisters to prepare places in their homes. And also we're looking at the cheaper rate of hotels, good standard, but decent rate that ones can afford. So we will get some list of people who can accommodate brethren and sisters in their homes, and also some lower prices in the hotels. I will also try and see if we can get a share, you know, like instead of one person in a room, they can have 2 single beds, or to make it a bit cheaper on everyone, because I know it's not easy. On Wednesday, we should be having the meeting with security to ensure that the community, the returnees who are coming, are secured. Just a second. Okay? Back up. Okay, you got that, JB? I've got someone at the gate.
Yeah, yellow fever. Do we need yellow fever?
No, you do not need no yellow fever. You're Africans. Definitely not no yellow fever. All you need is your negative PCR test to enter Ethiopia, and you will get your visas at the airport.
How much is the visa?
Sorry?
What's the cost of the visa?
I think it's $50 or $20. I'll double check and put it in the rule, because I don't get one anymore, so I haven't had one in a while. But I'll double check with the airlines rather than the web page. So presently, I wouldn't take much notice of the web page, because security reason is staying the way it is. The information you've got is for you all. I don't think it's going to change, because get information from the Foreign Affairs and Immigration, we will send it into that room, that that room, as people, some Ethiopians might end up in that room as well, because that's the main page that we know of where the people are together. JB, can you hold up just when I open the gate?
Yeah. So yeah, we got Sister Yasmin on, and if anybody got any questions they want to ask, they can direct it to her when she's back.
I would like to find out which group is that she's talking about.
In the sense of
being a part of the group she was mentioning, where some Ethiopians might be in that group. Which group is that?
Okay, yes.
Everyone may not be a part of that group.
Yeah, I get you.
So far, so good. Coming from Canada, I tried to reach out to the Ethiopian Airlines directly to find out what are the prerequisites. And so far, I haven't managed to achieve much. Every time I put on hold because lots of call volume, and then finally, instead of answer the call, it just finally cut. So I'm still on my end. I'm still researching from this side. And I do know there are lots more individuals in Toronto. I'm in Montreal. However, I'm not sure who and who would be a part of that group. So I'm not quite sure how much the message is being spread around in Canada per se, vis-a-vis Montreal.
So do a lot of the races in Canada know of the homecoming call? Is it being disseminated in Canada?
Not that I know of, especially the ones that I do know. Most of them are not on internet or not in any kind of group. So information is not being shared. I'm just merely like one individual from Montreal, which is a French-speaking part of Canada. Toronto has more masses of people. However, I can't really speak from that perspective who and who would have this information. I try to share as much as I can through WhatsApp and Facebook from my page or from my contacts.
And one of the things I mentioned earlier in relation to technology, those of us over late 40s upwards who didn't take time to go into technology have adverse feelings towards technology. And you hear people say, oh, them tracking me, or them this, or them that, or no one. And people make up excuses because they're not computer literate. But now we know how much we need it for communication, for word sound, and for just even advice. Sister Yasmin? I bet, bless. Yeah, MC Kulai was asking about the group that you were talking about, that the Ethiopians and everybody's going to be to know. He's not sure what group you was talking about in relation to that.
The one that is being set up for the repatriation, is it called?
Oh, Ethiopia. Ethiopian homecoming one.
The one that you set up.
Okay.
Yes, the homecoming.
Ethiopia homecoming trip, right?
Yes, that one.
Okay.
That's where I'm putting things about Ethiopia anyway and information. If, like, say, no, the stand up for Ethiopia, things are going in there as well. But I know that's the main group that has been set up specifically for this purpose, for the homecoming.
Mm-hmm.
I think MC Kula is in there.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
No, he's not. He's online. Yeah, he's here.
But I'm not in that group.
If anything,
you are in that group, MC Kulai.
I know. There are so many groups, and it just blocks up the phone. That's why people are pulling themselves out. But you see, when we're having to move messages to individuals, that's also blocking up, pulling up our storage as well.
Yes, it is. Everybody's saying this.
Because some of them are calling about what's happening. Figured, you put everybody into one group for that, because it's that one specific purpose. And if they keep it on that purpose, it's not going to be so bad on the storage. Information coming, they see the information, and they're updated, and you know.
Okay. I'm surprised I forgot to put you in there, Trevor. MC Cool, I'm putting you in now.
No, you did put Trevor in there.
I did.
Trevor. That's what Trevor said. Trevor can't take the background and the different things that's coming in. He like, if you say music, he like it to be just music.
What is the name of the group that you're talking about? What is it
It's called Ethiopia Homecoming Trip.
Okay, I'm gonna look at that and see. That's on WhatsApp.
I think it's best.
Yeah, I'll just check.
And anyone who is on that journey, just put them in the one place. That will save us having to send messages here and messages there.
Mm-hmm. Yes, any more questions anybody is asking about the homecoming? Any queries? As we see, we're going to get a 30% discount anytime after the 1st of January. You don't have to quarantine when you land in the country.
No, you don't.
Yes, you get the 30.
It says go home. You go home.
Mm-hmm.
So you go home to your home. So any quarantine is in your home. It's not no hotel, things like that.
So if you're going straight to a hotel, when you land, you quarantine in your hotel, if you were to quarantine.
When we land, we go straight home and go shopping.
Right.
We need food in the house.
Right, straight.
So obviously, as a nation, you know that you're basically different too.
Yes, I get you.
I know Ghana is locked its door because of certain situation there. I know they said Ghana is saying that, but Ghana is not saying that their nation has to be vaccinated. He said coming in. So anyone that goes out to mix out there will have to be vaccinated before they come back in. And anyone coming into Ghana will need to be vaccinated.
So that puts me in a problem.
Because Ghana don't know.
That puts me in a problem because my things are in Ghana.
Vaccine, but it's a protection for them because of what happened in South Africa.
There ain't a protection though, is it? It's no protection. They're bringing in the germs by having the vaccine. They're bringing in the harmful stuff, because they're the carriers.
We know, but the system ain't making us believe that. And the majority of them believe that we are the carriers, and they're turning us against each other, and we know they're the carriers.
Yeah, and that's what Ghana is basically saying. And if you listen to Ramaphosa's information as well, his speech when he said, we want to make our own. We want to make our own vaccine, but they don't want us to make our vaccine. They want to send it to us, and we pack it and give it to our people. Without knowing what's in it.
But I think there's about 10 countries I looked online that have the capabilities to make the vaccine from Asia to Africa. Yes. They've applied to the health authority and they said no, because Bill Gates says he has to be involved. Straight away, what's a computer man have to be involved in your vaccine processing for? Because we know computer going on. If Bill Gates don't agree with it, nobody can't produce the vaccine. So straight away, alarm bells are ringing there.
Yeah, and it's ringing around Africa. They are saying they do expect a retaliation because Ethiopia is stand up, so they do expect a retaliation. As much as the UN is apologizing and that they didn't know this, and they knew damn well. They knew that they were supporting a terrorist group because they made that group a terrorist before. So they made them terrorists before Ethiopia, and they still put them in power here. So
But progress is
as much as can come out.
Progress is getting on very well, though, right?
Yeah, man, it's getting. I think maybe a week, 2 weeks, if that.
Right.
We'll be back on. So. And then the PM is not going to invite people in when it's a danger. When there's any danger, they will say you can't come in now. But right now, he's already predicted what's going to happen. More than likely, Majesty's already got it written down. He's reading through Majesty's thing and
that's right,
carrying them out. So he's determined,
And just to say again, brethren and sisters, at this time it's important to heed the call if you can, because we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. And with this call like this, it is a blessed call in a very serious time of earth, with changes going on and lockdowns, and this new strain that they're trying to bring. So this is a very important time in the earth. Would you say, Sister Yasmin?
Yeah, I would say who can move. Because, you know, they are going to retaliate. And if you notice, Jamaica, for instance, suddenly is under a state of emergency, where the other islands are not. You know, we're supposed to have the show there on the 26th of December, the Trench Town, was it the Trench Town Peace Concert?
Yeah.
They have just sent a message that only 50 people. Imagine a free concert in the stadium, and they have sent a message that only 50 people is allowed to attend, and it's a free concert. So,
and that's because the COVID. Is that because you have to have, if you have X amount of people in there, they will have to have COVID passport? So maybe that's why they're cutting down the amount.
No, they already said in the beginning that the flyers must state, that's in Jamaica, the flyers must state that you must be vaccinated. Why? Because they're pushing the vaccine. The vaccine is not working, so the state of emergency is really to lock the people in. It's really to lock the people in. Some of the brethren and sisters that came in from places like, what you call it there, Trinidad and Tobago, when they went to book their tickets with agencies, they were told that they can only fly if they take the vaccine.
Mm.
What they had to do to get away from the vaccine was go to Panama, and from Panama they were able to fly in from Brazil, so they got the flight direct from Brazil. So there are routes that can be used. Ethiopian Airlines is not asking anybody to take no vaccine whatsoever, but they are saying you must have a negative to enter. You know, and what brethren and sisters must remember something here. Hold on, let me just turn this down. Now, if you are running away from a vaccine, don't be silly enough to go and take the vaccine for the sake of traveling, because remember, that was what he was running away from. Because we've had information now that about 15 people came in here into Ethiopia from one of the islands. They haven't reached into Shash yet, and they took the vaccine. Now you're running away from something, and when you reach to the border, they tell you you have to take it to cross the border, and you go and take it. That is silly, and you have options. That is putting the rest of the country in danger. So find the routes. There are routes that can get out. Before, you know, Ethiopian Airlines used to have to go through Italy and through America to come into Ethiopia. They fixed it. They did the Star Alliance. So you got flights from the Caribbean, America, all around. That means that you do not have to go through some of these colonial places. If you go and look at the Star Alliance of Ethiopia Star Alliance, you will see the places that the flights travel from. So you got Brazil to Addis, to South Africa, and so on. You've also got the peace flight anyway, which runs from Ghana
to Nigeria,
to Ghana,
to
to Jamaica. Mm-hmm. That's when there's passengers. When there's passengers, that flight moves. There's also from the 1st of October, Addis Ababa to Nigeria. So that connect linked from the islands to West Africa into East Africa is there. So try and, in the meantime, while there's a group going as well, some people can do research to find out things and put there, but verify that what you're putting there is not propaganda, because they are using that propaganda machine just about everywhere, including the British webpage and certain of the web pages that are there regarding flying.
MC Kulai had something to ask.
To take sense out of nonsense.
Mm-hmm. MC Kulai?
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Two things I just realized. One, the group Ethiopia homecoming. So I was just added. Now the letters that you're talking about, the invitation from the Ethiopian government towards the diaspora, can that be reposted again just for my sake so that I can at least have that in my files here? And also,
so from the beginning, some things do need to be reposted. The flights and information about
Yeah, I'll
flights.
do that. I'll do that. I will do
the
that.
other day.
Mm.
Yeah, Jamie. That 2,449 or something for flights. I think it was for the 1st of January to the 2nd or to the 1st of February. That's not with the 30%. And that was like, say, for 9 people.
Yes.
So that works out around £480.
£80, yeah.
I have to go on another web page to actually get the 15. But also, there is one page that when you go there on one of these check for flights, Ethiopian Airlines, it asks you to give your email, and it gives you a bonus code. You know, like a code. It will come to your email. So when you're booking the flight, you use that code for your percentage off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I had two other questions or added comments.
Questions?
Yeah, he's got 2 more questions.
Would you know we can
MC
go to
Kulai.
directly to the Ethiopian airline?
Can you hear him?
I was wondering
Yeah, go on.
if we can go directly to the Ethiopian airline for payments and such business attributes instead of going through booking agencies.
Yeah, it's better to go directly to Ethiopian Airlines. Either you have the app yourself, or you go, www.Ethiopian Airlines. Some people is also got Sheba miles that they can use their Sheba miles towards their flight. But go directly to Ethiopian Airlines. Remember that you're at war. The app is there. You download the app. With the app, you get further percentage off as well, because you book it with the app. And also you go straight to the airlines itself online, and you still get percentage off.
So those in America and Canada, is there any routes out of there for them to come out? Because they're very tight getting out of their countries.
Yeah, this is why I said, like, Canada is saying that they need vaccine to leave. Don't rely on what the media is saying. Check the airlines. Ethiopian Airlines does run also in Toronto and many parts of Canada, as well as America. Deal with the airlines direct. I'll give you a prime example. You know, one time for the millennium, and we were coming home for the millennium, and went into a travel agent to check the price for Ethiopia, and it had British Airways as £540 and then it had Ethiopian Airlines as 1,000 and odd. But what we done, we went to see Mariam at the Ethiopian Airline office in Chiswick and told her. She says, no, they hadn't advertised their flights yet. So you see that the other airlines was protecting their own. I think British Airways lasted about a year in Ethiopia. They couldn't keep up with the competition, so they left. So they tend to cheat, as you can see with the propaganda today. They tend to cheat when they want something. So use the airlines. All the system is there for you to use at your fingertip. Okay?
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Sister Yasmin. Thank you very much for that info. Any more?
Okay, and as soon as I get the letter, I'll put it into the room.
Okay.
He will send it to me. Yeah?
So what I'm doing now, I'm just reposting a few bits and pieces, so that those ones who come in like Kulai and those after can still see some of the important stuff. I'll carry on doing some more.
Yeah. Is Grace there? Is Grace in the room?
No, Grace, I don't see her much no more.
Yeah, she's been on my mind quite a bit. Please check if she's okay.
I will
or
do.
Send me her phone number.
Yeah, I will do. Yeah, she doesn't seem
please.
to come on more now. I think the church has pulled Grace. When I speak to her quite a few times, I get a lot of churchical sort of reasoning from her. So I think that because of our delay in the West, a lot of people have become despondent. If they're not run to Muslim, they run to the world. If not, they run to the church.
It's okay. You know what, right? Everyone in the classroom don't graduate into the same jobs.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? So her knowledge that she's gained already can pass on in that direction.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't change her. You understand? You know, when those students you went to school with, some of them are doctors, some are lawyers, some are, you know. So it's the same with our schoolroom. People will branch off into the areas that they feel that they're comfortable with.
Mm.
You know, they've had their teaching. They've been in the classroom for over 40 years.
True.
So, you know, they've gained something. And we're not traveling anymore to put the word out there. So we all graduate in different directions. The spirit is within us. And it's the same book that we're reading. So, you know, we must remember that Ishmael and Isaac are brothers.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and the difference between us and some of the Christians is that we're being taught to read a chapter a day to make ourselves a living Bible. But our brethren and sisters who's gone to other direction, the Spirit has moved them into those directions. Maybe they have a job to do those directions.
Yeah, in that area for bringing.
You know, they still have sisters and brethren.
Mm-hmm.
You know? But I want to hear that she's okay. So
yeah, I'll send you a number and I will also check with her.
All right. Give thanks and ciao, London.
All right then.
Stay safe.
You too. Take care, sis. Ciao.
Yeah. Give thanks.
Rastafari. So there you hear, brothers and sisters, from Sister Yasmin. We get on weekly on the front line down there in Shashamane. The gates are open, and you see when we were over there, like you, MC Kulai, we're ringing the Ethiopian airlines and embassy and trying to get through, and we find that the Ethiopian embassy here is closed. That is closed. You can't get through. It's the same messages online because the West is making it technologically difficult for us to communicate, send information and communicate, especially with things going on with Ethiopia, because they want us to believe that there's problems in the continent and keep us away. So when you tell people I'm going away to Ethiopia, oh, but Ethiopia no war and you're going in a country, propaganda, propaganda. I tell people to what use. Yes.
I was only going to say that in my case, the closest Ethiopian place, office, whatever, is in Ottawa. I'm in Montreal, and the other is in Toronto. So Toronto is even further from Montreal. It's about 5 hours drive. Ottawa, not so bad, about 2.5 hours, probably about half the distance. So I really have no choice but to keep calling through the phone lines to see if I can actually get to speak to someone. My next research then, I would have to check to see if there's any actual office location here in Montreal where I can like a walk-in. If not, I either have to rely on the phone or drive to Ottawa or Toronto.
So there's no email on the website?
Yes, there is email on the website.
Try that as well. See if you get any joy with that. Then you would have somebody mostly, even if they're not in the office, they'll be at home, and that would be their responsibility to check the embassy mail. So that is a good way, because I remember everything gone digital and electric now. But when you're sending your mail, you send it in your way, because you don't know every mail is intercepted and watched. This is why they want us to communicate this way now. So.
Say that again. Say that again.
Just your wording, word it neatly, because you know everything we send is being monitored and kept. That's why they want us to use these emails so that they can intercept.
Copy that.
What's you on board, Tony Brown, TG iPhone, Sister Sharon, Sharp Bar, Sister Ruthie, Pauline, MC Koolai, Alex, Dubs, Natty T, Diane, Blessed Love. Well, as we are talking earlier, we are talking, we are sure about the earth and the earth in a turmoil, and Mother Earth is now calling back for, you know, recompense to what has been done to her and the neglect that has been shown towards our mother of creation, which is the earth. So at this moment, I'm going to show you a quick video, 10-minute video. This is to hopefully getting a wake up to leave the West, because the West is going through a lot of turmoil now. Economical, America's falling, and spiritual, there's so much wickedness and lewdness going on, and now Mother Nature is making sure that they're going to go to the natural, so their arms will have no use against what Mother is preparing for them. So just
JB, one quick interjection before you start. Can I just re-acknowledge Laex Diaz is from Jamaica. Is an artist, one of the female artists who has contributed to the project Stand Up for Ethiopia. However, she's not on the actual track that we had composed, but I just want to welcome her as well to this forum.
Yes, welcome, Empress. Did she do a single track?
Yeah, she did her track for the project, so her single is already sent in for the compilation. But that, her pronunciation is Laex Diaz.
Laex Diaz, good to have you on board. Yeah. Do you have any contributions? How the song work for you? What's happening within Ethiopia? How it's impacted upon you? Laex Diaz, you can, you know, unmute your mic if you want to say a few words.
Greetings.
Greetings, greetings.
Me?
Yeah, we're hearing you now.
Yes, Rastafari love. Well, to be honest with you, it's already released and the video is completed now, so you can look out for that coming up. And that's basically it. To be honest with you, this I was born a Rastafarian. Why I say that? Because my mother and my father were both Rastafarians before I was born. So I was grown up, born and bred into that consciousness. So this was always a part of what we'd wanted for the family. So I'm just here enjoying everything, you know, being aware and, you know, being a part of this unity is really tremendous. And I really appreciate it. And it goes to say that whatever the Most High is set in plan, it has already been done. So it's just to fulfill the fulfillment of it now. Give thanks.
Give thanks and praises, Empress. Give thanks.
Yes, that's how I live.
Very well. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Last year I live.
Thy will be done on earth as it is done in heaven. So we know so everything take place in the heavenly realms before earthly realms.
Yes, because as you keep reminding us, it's a spiritual warfare now. This is the Armageddon. So you have to be fought in the spiritual and won in the spiritual before it can be won in the physical. So it's a part of maintaining your consciousness and your relevance within this time, because we know that we were first. We are author. We are children of the author and the finisher. So we know that before the beginning of time, the Most High has always been there creating and manifesting. And then it is now. So the fulfillment of all of his words must come, because his words go out and come back with report. And so it is said, so let it be done.
Rastafari.
That's, yeah.
Aye.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, my brother.
Yes.
Give thanks for the gathering. Give thanks for the support. Give thanks for the encouragement and for being here. Because if it wasn't for you, I'd be talking to myself. So it's great to have we here on the Sabbath, sharing that love and embracing each other with new knowledge.
Yes, true. Give thanks.
And as you said rightly, we were given from the time of Abraham covenants, from the time of even Adam. And every single one of those covenants have been fulfilled to
from
this
the
day.
Atom itself.
That's right.
From the spark.
Atom.
Yes,
right.
From the spark.
and we've been left with, Jesus Christus left us a new covenant, better than the Mosaic covenant of Exodus 19:15, which was conditional upon Israel's obedience. Whereas the new covenant, Christ come to fulfill that hope which was promised to come. We read in Hebrews and Romans, and that's that love and that peace and that oneness of everything, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And he established an unconditional and better promise than we saw in Exodus 19 of the Mosaic covenant, where Yah said, if ye will, if ye will, and if you follow my words, then I will. But we didn't, so we disobeyed the covenant. But the new covenant says, I will, as we read in Hebrews 8:10-13, if I can find that. Because before it was our will, and we know that our will is futile. Over the centuries, man has tried, man has failed, tried to control nations with conquest. But then the Lord said, it's not your will be done, but it's his will, the Lord's will.
Yeah.
And Christ bring that to our remembrance when we go to Hebrews 8. You see that there, Hebrews 8, verse 10. Greetings, Sister Ruth, usually reading for me, blessed. It says, for this covenant is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, saith the Lord. I will put my laws in their minds and write them in their hearts. And I will be to them a God, and they shall be to me a people. And they shall not teach every man his neighbor and every man his brother, saying, know the Lord. For all shall know me, from the least to the greatest. For I will be merciful to their unrighteousness and their sins and their iniquities, and I will remember them no more. So that is the new covenant. And that is that the new covenant has made the first old. Now it's decayed and it will vanish away, because man who was using these things to judge, condemn, stone, till Christ come and say, who's without sin cast the first stone, when they come to cast it upon the empress then. Because if it wasn't for the man going to the empress them in the first place, the empress would be doing that job. So what? Which one of you is without guilt? Go throw the first stone. So now this new covenant, he says, I will do this for you, and I will change them, I will. And each one of you, like in this time, the psalm said, his name should be on the lips of babe and sucklings. Everywhere you go in, they must say, Rastafari. Even if people don't even know the meaning, they must just shout out, Rastafari. The love that we bring and the joy to situations. That the Lord is in our heart now. We don't have to ask each other again. We just know the word. And again, the Mosaic covenant at Israel following with obedience, which sprang from fear. Because everybody say you must fear the Lord, and people say, why you must fear the God? But it's not a fear of what he can do to you, but it's like a child fear his parents being upset. So if them tell you must go to school, get good education, XYZ, you try to do your best because your fear is hurting their feelings. You're not frightened what they can do to you more, but you love them and them love you. So it's the same fear of God. But within the new covenant, it issues from a willing heart, as we read in Hebrews. And the new covenant secures a personal revelation of the Almighty to every believer, as we read in verse 11. And they shall say, teach no more man his neighbor or his brother, because everyone shall know. So if your heart pure and your heart clean and you have Christ to come in, Christ him is knocking, and you don't open the door, he will walk away, but open the door and make him come in and dine with you and sup with you and make him entertain you, entertain him, and he will revelate things to you. We don't want to do that because we put barriers. Because society saying he was a white, blonde, blue-haired, long-haired man, and look at the quality of the work he did. And if we open our heart to him and just say, come in and show me, and humble, because humility, we want one too bold. Humble yourself, and he will come in. It's a willing heart. So that new covenant secures a personal revelation, as I said. And the new covenant assures complete oblivion from sins. Because in chapter 12, it says, for I will be merciful to our unrighteousness. Because I know that not one of us is righteous, we're all filthy. So he will be merciful to our unrighteousness and our sins and our iniquities. And he will remember them no more. And again in chapter 10 of Hebrews, from verse 15, he says, wherefore the Holy Ghost also is a witness to us, or the Holy Spirit. Because some people say ghost, and Bible say ghost, but we say the Holy Spirit is a witness to us. For after that we said before, this is the covenant that I will make with them after those days, saith the Lord. I will put my laws in their hearts and in their minds, and I will write them. And their sins and iniquities will I remember no more. Now, where remission of these is, there is no more offering for sin. So that means the law become null and void, because Christ entered once into the sanctuary, giving his blood as that sacrifice for we. So this covenant rests upon the accomplished redemptive work of Yeshua, of Christ, as we read in Hebrews 9:11, where that will tell us now, but Christ being come an high priest of good things to come, by a greater and more perfect tabernacle, not made with hands, that is to say, it is not a building, neither by the blood of goats or calves, or not by, but by his own blood, he entered once into the holy place, having obtained eternal redemption for us. For if the blood of bulls and goats and the ashes of an heifer, sprinkling upon the unclean, could purify the flesh, how much more will the blood of Christ, through the eternal Spirit, offering himself without fault? And that's the difference with him to us. He didn't iniquity of himself with the flesh. He never robbed, lie, thief, slander. So why we don't want to emulate a man like that? Why are we fearful as people of a man who lived the exemplary life? Why we want to emulate a bad man, man who shut up this man who kill this man, coming like that's what feed us, because of the media. And the media shows me a cowboy and Indian and gangster and all these things, till we name ourselves in the music business after Bear Gangster and DJ, Louis Lepke, Clint Eastwood, Josie Whale, Ray Ray, and every DJ was a bad man in our town. Even though he was good man, he was bad man, because we was rude boy. You have bad man who is madman, and you have rude boy who do it for your cause, fighting against the system. What we have to know, so is that purging of that spirit, and that eternal spirit that is going to work and bring us closer, because the offering of God who purged us through the Holy Spirit and through his blood, so that these dead works will be dashed down and we serve the living God. And for that cause, he became a mediator between God and man. Yeah, conqueror of death. They say our great Ori or Osiris was Lord of the dead, and he gates the guards the underworlds, and when your soul goes through past wait name again into Hades, he's there to see whether you're worthy or not, and whether the jackal are going to eat your heart when it weigh against a feather. So it's judgment. But within the scripture, Christ already passed that judgment for we. All it is acceptance. And he's not the Lord of the underworld, but he went to the underworld and bring up the souls of the righteous ones to the overworld. So he is the Lord of the overworld, the heavens. And this covenant secures perpetual, everlasting, non-ending, future conversion and blessing of the repentant ones that Yah has chosen, with whom this new covenant will be ratified, by which means we will be regathered, brought back into our land, as we read in Joel. These things he will not suffice us to fall short of I'll go to Zechariah 12:2-8, where this promise is given to us. Because even though I'm going to show you something at the end there on the world, I want us as Israel to leave on an high note. Those of the Lord to leave on a high note, not to feel down, because the world's got enough downness and sadness, but to know, say, the Lord as a preparation, whether we make it in physical or whether we don't cross over the veil in the flesh, but we go in the spirit, because some of we're going to have to fight and dead, and some of we're going to have to be martyr for what we believe. Otherwise, we're going to have to accept the joke scene straight. So what Zechariah tells us from verse 2 of 12, in that day will I make Jerusalem a burden stone for all the people. All that burden themselves with it shall be cut to pieces. Though all the peoples of the earth shall be gathered together against it, because Jerusalem is the last place all armies will come against. In that day saith the Lord, I will smite every horse with astonishment, and its riders with madness. And I will open mine eyes upon the house of Judah, and I will smite every horse of the people with blindness. And the governors of Judah shall say in their hearts, the inhabitants of Jerusalem shall be my strength, the Lord of us, their God. In that day will I make the governors of Judah like a heath of fire amongst the wood, and like a torch of fire in a sheaf. And they shall devour all the people round about, on the right and on the left. So I know why that the Lord had talked about, if he's going to make the house of Judah like a fire and a burning torch to devour people. So when the Bible I tell you about love enemy all the time, you know, it's to a degree, because your enemy no love with, and our enemy use we book for beat with. And the Bible said he's going to use the Gentiles to use our own doctrines to beat us. So they use the Bible, which is our doctrine, to beat us. They use our Kemetic teachings and call it Freemasonry, and then use it to beat us. So they're using our great systems against us, and we don't even realize. So we're going to have to become like a torch and a fire burning around them, and Jerusalem should be inhabited again in their own place, even Jerusalem. And the Lord shall save the tents of Judah first, that the glory of the house of David and the glory of the inhabitants of Jerusalem. And we know the house of David is relocated now to Ethiopia, and that time we're going to come when we have to bring the ark back to Jerusalem, because we are custodians of the ark. And he that is feeble among them in Jerusalem, and he that is feeble among them at that day shall be as David, and the house of David shall be as God, as the angel of the Lord before them. And it shall come to pass in that day that I will seek to destroy all nations that come against Jerusalem, and I will pour upon the house of David and upon the inhabitants of Jerusalem the spirit of grace and of supplications. And they shall look upon me whom they have pierced, and they shall mourn for him as one who mourneth for his only son, and shall be in bitterness for him as one that is in bitterness for his firstborn. In that day there shall be a great mourning in Jerusalem, and a mourning in Hadurim in the valley of Megiddon. And the land shall mourn, everyone in the land, and the earth shall mourn, every family apart from the family of the house of David, and apart from them and their wives. The family of the house of Nathan, which is the prophets, apart from them and their wives. The family of the house of Levi, they won't be suffering, them and their wives, who is the priest. And the family of Shimei, apart from their wives. So there's certain families that the Lord has chosen that we know will not face this great tribulation. So he said, come out of my people, so you become not partakers, and the plagues and the sins which I'm going to send down upon them. So brothers and sisters, with no further ado, I'm going to roll this video here for you. Since December here, this was happening in the Western world, and we see the weather is terrible. We see north of England, for how much weeks people have been without power. And mine sharp, they not come say, by end of this area, we all have power outages in London. Stock up on things, stock up on your food, keep your body exercised every day, do something like press up, sit up, squats, do your breathing, go out for your walk in the days, take in your natural air, embrace the angel of the air, the angel of the water, the angel of the sun, as we read. Because these angels you have to embrace before you can go to the Father, and those are the mother of creation. So roll on to show what mother of creation I do to the Eden. Here we go.
A violent storm and hail hit Melbourne. La Palma is aiming for a record eruption. The lava flow from the Cumbre Vieja volcano has covered nearly 3,000 acres to date. A terrible flood in Colombia. Oman is under the blow of the elements. The rain floods the streets and roads. Lightning illuminates the power of the elements. Thunderstorm in Sochi.
You finish the track, the mix is done, you take it out to the car, and it sounds like garbage.
A blizzard in Varberg. These videos were sent by a subscriber. Heavy snowfall with a blizzard paralyzed Vladivostok. Wind gusts reached 34 meters per second. Emergency mode was introduced in Khabarovsk due to snowfall. Strange and terrible clouds appeared in the sky over Melbourne. A terrible blizzard with Arctic winds at a speed of 120 km per hour hit Aalborg. Strong waves hit Alexandria. A tornado hit the rooftops of residents of Central Java. Volcanic eruption on the island of Palma. In Sochi, for the first time since 2012, there is a storm with a 7-point wave.
tinggi cuak tinggi.
Tornado in Furano. An impressive storm in the city of Alto Pelado, province in San Luis. A very large hail fell in Maharashtra. Flooding swept through the province of Semeru. Pictures of the interior of the new cone formed in the La Palma volcano. A blizzard hit Magadan.
Here the name of the place, Magadan, in Russia. Magadan.
Storm in Port Primorans with wind gusts of 110 km per hour. Severe thunderstorm and lightning strikes in Brisbane.
Whoa!
Flooding after rain in Jaguacara. For the first time since 2003, a total solar eclipse could be observed in Antarctica. NASA filmed how the moon completely covered the sun for 2 minutes. All major underpasses were flooded when heavy rain gushed over the city of Coimbatore in Tamil Nadu. The Semeru volcano erupts on the island of Java. In the area of the volcano, hot mud flows, volcanic thunderstorms and rain with ash are observed. Small dusty whirlwind in the industrial area of Veracruz.
Yeah, well, you get the gist. I'm going to stop it there. People must be wondering, like the Bible said in the last days, where is the Almighty? Where is the Creator? If there was a Creator, why is all these things happening? Is he a Creator that delights in pain? Why we are suffering, you see, country where Christian there, country where Muslim there, country where Buddhist there, everybody are feel it from our mother. Yeah, everybody that is infiltrated Kush, it's for them time to feel it now. Kush is going through very little turmoil. Kush is uplifting and building and the food is growing, and the West wants to come and bring Ethiopia back to a stage where they were raising money in the 80s with Bob Geldof and Latif money when it comes to famine aid. What they like to see us with nose running and begging boards so them can feel sorry. But now we're up there, I have to set up, you want to come destroy it. You can't work, you read it in the scripture. Your cities are going to go through their burning, their flooding, with the ancestors rising. Now, I'm not here to diminish any belief system, because everybody know the Creator within themselves. But how much of the belief systems can give you a glory and a hope to look towards? And this is what I ask many of my brethren who are Kemetekites, Ancestorites, Buddhists, Krishnaites. What is your hope? What's going to happen in the future? What is going to present to us as a nation that's going to make us feel unified and happy? Because this man of war and every generation is getting worse. Those who believe in reincarnation, I said to them, so we're going to reincarnate and come back into an artificial age next now then, where we're running by a computer. And if the people that was running this new age had any good art and was doing this for good, it would be different. But the whole of them up the top, they have dirty art, and they're doing it for power-driven intentions. It's about power in this world. And once you have information upon everybody, anywhere they go, especially by their DNA, there's no escaping. Genghis Khan think you could have conquered the world. Alexander the Great think you, but you can't conquer the mind of man. So if you can't conquer the mind of man, you're trapped, man, through genetics. And this is what this whole mixing is about. So nobody can offer you no solution. None of these belief systems can offer you a solution of what is coming and the great hope, but the scriptures. Christ come tell you him of an everlasting, glorious kingdom that eye has not seen, ear has not heard. And no matter how they try to disseminate the truth of it and distort it and twist it up with them falsification behaviors within them church, Pusalik, we as Rastafari have maintained that great hope preserved in Ethiopia and brought to us and bring it to you today. And the King, as we did in many of the Sabbath schools, will come as a comforter, but Christ spoke about in John 16, 17, 15, that he has to go. So when the comforter comes, everything will be given unto him, and he shall be given authority to rule, to judge, and so forth. So this will become to the position where Rasta man say, oh, Selassie is God, and people get jumpy about it. But then Christians don't get jumpy to say Jesus Christ is God, or Jesus Christus. But him never say him was God. Him say him was the Son of God. But through the works he manifests and the things that he did, we know that God was within him as flesh. We will call Emmanuel. His Majesty never said he was Jesus or Jesus or God. But the Spirit that dwelt upon him and the words from his mouth and the agitations of his heart and the direction he pointed us to was to the Nazarene and to the scripture. The same one the Nazarene said would come and bring things to our remembrance, and unto him shall be the gathering of the people. So this is where His Majesty stepped into the scene. This is where Rastafari now have carried on the original doctrine of the Nazarene in its natural form to the best of our ability, without the distorted Roman, Jewish, Eurocentric view of Christianity. So just as I'm going to close here, I'm going to close up with Psalms 72, a psalm of hope for the Messiah's glorious kingdom. Now this particular psalm, if you get hold of a book called Order of the Coronation, we have it at HQ, and it tells you about the process of the coronation of the king from 2 weeks before up until the coronation and then after, and the procedures, the items that were given, the abbots that were there at the church, and the psalms that were read in conjunction to the coronation. Realizing His Majesty was fulfilling the scripture, the church, who presented him with the name Hail Selassie, which means the power of the Trinity. That was his christening name. As we know, his name is Rastafari, which means the prince to be feared. So the same church that gave him his title at his baptism gave him that same title at his coronation. And 72 was the as they were going through the ceremony, they read. Schofield footnote. The 72nd Psalm forms a complete vision of Messiah's kingdom insofar as the Old Testament reveals. David's prayer will find their fruition in the kingdom, which we were told about in 2 Samuel, where David was told, rest assured that from the fruit of thy loins shall come one to sit upon the throne of David. And as Sister rightly said, everything that is done in heaven must be fulfilled on earth. So Christ has already been given the throne in heaven. When he was crucified, he received that throne, and then the earthly form of that throne was at the coronation of His Majesty, 1930. Christ in his kingly character. Now, if Christ is given the power, the comforter, to judge and to forgive sins, the only person that can allow us to forgive sins and to judge is the Creator. Man has no right to judge man, but we can direct man according to the scriptures and use the scriptures as reproof, to reprove one another. But to judge, we have no right. Only the Creator does. So if Christ had the right to judge, to heal the sick and to raise the dead, and His Majesty had the right to judge and to reprove, then He now has a quality which has been given to Him from the Creator. So He can therefore boast equality to the Creator, even though He did not. Because the Father is omnipresent, omnipotent, everywhere. The Son came and gave His life for us. And then that shaper and mover that work within the Son and work within His Majesty and work within us all is that Holy Spirit, which His Majesty was given the full portion of that. So Psalm 72, when he's talking about, that's the David's kingdom from 2 Samuel, which gives also reference to that in Daniel 7. And it gives the character of the kingdom also from Isaiah 11. And the emphatic word is righteousness. And it speaks of a universal kingdom. Through the restored Israel, this kingdom will be set upon earth. We read that in Zechariah, we read this in Psalms, we read this in Isaiah. So it's not just one part of the Bible. The Bible is not left to any private interpretation. And Schofield and other reference Bibles will show you references that will corroborate other parts of the Bible. This is why it is imperative that you as individuals read a chapter a day for yourself. Otherwise, we'll go by hearsay. A man tell me this. I will read something like that in a document. That document, you can read it, is giving an interpretation of that particular church's view. A Baptist will give you one view of that verse. A Pentecost will give you another view of the same verse. But the Bible is self-explanatory and explains itself. And it has references within itself from the old corroborating the new. And Christ came and corroborated the old. Didn't the prophet speak of me? Didn't the prophet say this? And some of the quotations Christ said himself were quotations said by the prophets that he would say or would do in time. So Psalm 72 says, this is the Almighty giving power unto the king. Give the king thy judgments, O God, and thy righteousness unto the king's son. He shall judge thy people with righteousness, and thy poor with justice. The mountains shall bring peace to the people, and the little hills by righteousness. He shall judge the poor of the people. He shall save the children of the needy, and shall break in pieces the oppressor. So when His Majesty was there, many Ethiopians and other nationals could testify of his generosity, his kindness. Even an Ethiopian brethren on a speaking platform last week to do with Ethiopia remembers when the king come and his dad's cows were in the middle of the road and the soldiers were concerned about the king's welfare. And the king said, no, he's cool. And he went up to the farmer, he quelled the beast and asked the farmer to bring his animals then to the palace the next day. And the young man was very chuffed going there with his father. He would give poor alms to the poor. He would travel and give money. He spoke of universal morality, righteousness in the name of the Most High. So this was the king that the Lord gave his judgment. From World War II, there's been relative world peace. Before that, as I said, we've had World War I. You've had unrest all across Europe. You've had the Punic Wars. You had 100-year wars with France and Europe. Bloody battles. But from the Lord come, His Majesty we find quelling within Ethiopia. Then we find unrest with famine from external powers, as we all getting to see now from them time till now, after the Majesty leave 20 odd years, from the Derg to Meles to the TPLF, have all been working with external powers to destabilize Ethiopia. Hence why even Rastafari don't have their foot in it, because the right leaders were not in place to open the doors for us the way we needed. So there's regulations. That's why you see we have to have talk about the visa. We think we can go into any country and just take land and just live. No, there's land tax. There's regulations like any country. We mustn't belittle Africa and think we don't have systems. And we can't be running there from here with crime and thinking we're going to escape, which many men do, and end up there with nothing. We have to go out there with knowledge. The king tells us to educate ourselves. Come out there as industrious ones who can create employment. You know, who can create some fulfillment to the people. Tell them about our plight. Half of the knowledge that we have in the West and what we went through the Malgamese, our brothers and sisters are not aware. And when you go to Africa, or Nubia, or Kush, and reason with brethren one-to-one, they're amazed to know what we went through, because this is not told to them. Africa West is what? Created and creation. So I'll go on to verse 5. They shall fear thee as long as the sun and the moon endure throughout all generations. So that means that after this king come, there will be generations after. And this is another thing I used to argue with my religious family. Said the Psalms, they talk about David talking about Christ as a king. It's in the heavenly sanctuary. But I said that has to take place on earth. And it also said there will be generations after the king. Rastafari means fear, want to be in awe of. When they see the world, they fear I. And they must fear I. They say we're mad. Yeah, we're mad in our God. And if you don't fear God, you have to fear his soldiers. If you don't fear the Creator, you put the fear of God in the way. We should be dreadful, the book said, and terrible amongst the Eden. You take away out and now we use them and we become dreadful and terrible. If we don't release it, we'll be more dreadful and terrible. Because our name shall endure through generations. He shall come down like rain upon the mown grass, like showers that water the earth. In his days shall the righteous flourish, and abundance of peace, as long as the moon endureth. And he shall have dominion also from sea to sea, and from river to river, unto the ends of the earth. They that dwell in the wilderness shall bow before him, and his enemies shall lick the dust. The king of Tarshish and of the isles shall bring presents. The kings of Saba and of Sheba shall offer gifts. Yea, all kings shall fall down before him. All nations shall serve him. So what do we see at 1930, at the coronation of His Majesty, the root of David? Nobody in the world got up and disputed the fact. Now they're saying he says, or it is said. But at the time, nobody disputed the fact. And how many nations came and licked us and bowed down before him? 72 nations came and bowed and saw Selassie as our rightful ruler, the King of Kings. And he didn't come to stand for just the moral figure of Ethiopia, but the moral figure for the world. Hence why World War II started. Because the Vatican, the Pusalik, and them boy there with Hitler, and send him out first. Mussolini first, and then Hitler come and follow Mussolini, because Mussolini was a mentor to Hitler. And who was backing them? The Pusalik Church, who started slavery, occupiers with the Pusalik Church. So when we call it for emancipation and liberation, who we ask? The Pusalik Church, because them control all of the European lackeys, and them now drive to Ethiopia again. And if we're trapped here, when we are battling in Africa, you don't think they're now going to turn against you as Nubians who are left here, seeing, who don't escape from this judgment. You are going to become fodder, because they're going to point their finger and say, see them there, the little nigger them, and them we are starved because you know see flood, a little earth when on the food and the farm, and China and Russia in Africa, we can't get no substance. And them people and them who gone there. So those of us who left here, mind, you know. Mind. Aye. They that dwell in the wilderness shall bow before him. Yeah. So the kings of the earth shall fall down, and nations shall serve him. He shall deliver the needy when he crieth, the poor also, and him that has no helper. So you don't come for rich, you don't come for the mighty, enough we there. I glorify, we be carrying, we go nice for the Sashi, and gold ring, and I'm a Prada, and the youth them is using them underline network for money line. You can't take these things with you like Pharaoh, God Zion. These things will be useful for you when the door closed and food not about. He said he come to help the poor. He's the needy. He's the one who don't have no helper. So, like Buju said, who can't afford to run, how them are going to run? Don't worry. We're going to bust open the door for them, man. Yeah, someone will have that job to do. By hook or by crook. Yeah, bust open the door like, what did our illustrious brother say? Any means necessary. But we will try peaceful means first, because Ethiopia is a dialogue country. Terrorists, they're there and them still a dialogue. Still one peaceful solution, but if I war, I just war, and if I just peace, I just peace. Anything or anything, yeah. The king never sit down and let them walk over Ethiopia. The king spoke first at the League of Nations. And then he said that you're going to start a spark in Ethiopia that will spread like a fire to the rest of the world. Prophecy again. And he stood up and defended, you know, the rights. Just like today, just with Abe, just like Tedros, just like Menelik, just like the kings of old on the battlefield. Not like the queen who sit down in the palace and in a bunker, and the prime minister them hide and send out them lucky figure fight. No. Our Lord is mighty and strong in battle. He shall spare the poor and shall save the souls of the needy. He shall redeem their soul from deceit and from violence. And precious shall their blood be in his sight. He shall live, and to him shall be given all the gold of Sheba. Prayers also shall be made for him continually, and shall he be praised. I read that chapter verse 15 again. So when we are called upon Selassie, a man say we are called upon man. No, man. Verse 15 says, and he shall live, and to him shall be given the gold of Sheba. So it's not no phantom, and not a ghost or some living man. And where Sheba there, and where Saba there, and not East Coast of the continent. And prayers also shall be made for him continually, and daily shall he be what? Praised. We don't stop singing about his majesties, you know, coming soon. Rejoice. We don't stop singing about his majesty till the world get weak. The youth now take up Rastafari. The world get weaker. The Western world will crumble. So he's worthy to be praised. Just like Christ is worthy to be praised. Just like we must pray for one another continually. And praise one another continually. And big up with one another continually. Not small up with one another. Yeah. There should be an handful of grain in the earth upon the top of the mountains, and the fruit thereof shall shake like Lebanon, and they of the city shall flourish like the grass of the earth. So don't say that there should be grain all over the world, you know, because we see shortages coming. There should be a handful of grain upon where the mountain. And you know, so Ethiopia is rich with flourishing water. We never try to kill you with rich with resources, rich with natural food, and life. Don't make them fool you, because we've been there numerous times. It's a pleasant land. So if you're not on the top of the mountain, careful you don't get some of the handful of grain, you might miss out. Many people are still Caribbean, man, I said Jamaica, Zion, you hear them talk, they be careful, careful. Many entertainers was given land in Africa and left it and abuse it and lose it, be careful. His name shall endure forever. His name shall be continued as long as the sun, and as long as the sun, and men shall be blessed in him. All nations shall call him blessed. Blessed be the Lord God, the God of Israel, who only doeth wondrous things, and blessed be his glorious name forever. And let the whole earth be filled with his glory. Amen and amen. The prayers of David, the son of Jesse. And the glorious King. Ooh.
Greetings.
He's the only one. Yes.
Greetings. Can I add something to that?
Please.
Okay. Well, whenever my family prays, whenever we pray, we always have this Psalms that we always use, but I'm going to say it in Hebrew. That is the ancient Hebrew language. Okay. Isha kali yedebar manyapa. Kal anya chashab idelab. Haya yashar al hashadia. Yagabara wayagaahi. Aman salah. That is, let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O thou most high Jah, thy strength and thy redeemer. Selah. Give thanks.
Yes, that was so eloquently put forward. It was sounding so lovely. And that is great. It's imperative we learn our ancient phonics and our ancient dialects. You know, because
Well, if
the
you
words.
desire, I could share some of these words during your Sabbath school. If you don't have a problem with that, I won't have a problem.
Oh, that is blessed. Maybe have a dialogue. I got your number. You're on the group, and next week you could come with a few words that you can present to us. Because I did have a Sabbath school at HQ for a while before the lockdown, and I would teach the young ones Amharic. So we had the Amharic alphabet, which I might also bring back up. And we went through the A, O, A, U, E, Lila, Lula, Le, and we had the characters, so we can sing it every week. So the same thing we'll do with the Hebrew, we can do with the Amharic. That is important.
Okay.
Give thanks.
Okay. Rastafari. That's it.
Yes, so his name, is worthy to be praised amongst the Eden. And the Eden know the glorious works of his majesty. All eyes saw him, like the book said. At that time we had media, the four corners of the earth could see the works. And if you don't see it, then you can see it now. It's still there online. The glorious works that the king has done for the continent, not even just ET, but for the continent in general, as freedom fighters, stand up and training men like Mandela, Nkrumah, Mugabe, Kenyatta. All of these people were important leaders of the continent who were given a hard time by the colonialists because at that time we were pulling away from the so-called colonial rule, and the empires that they had were falling. Now they've lost everything in total. America has to come with bully tactics and war tactics. But the covenants of the Lord will never fail. And I will leave it at that, my brethren and sisters, because time is fast spent. 6 now, gone on long. The link is there for those who didn't catch it. You can catch it up on YouTube. The link is in the chat. I will resend it again for those who want to send it out. And I think from every week now, I will be putting it in YouTube, so it saves me having to upload because people are missing and asking about catch up. And I have everything recorded, but the time that I have is so short I don't get a chance to put them up onto YouTube. So for catch up purposes, this is on YouTube now. I'm just going to put the link within the chat. So as I said, anybody got any additions? Any words of encouragement they want to add before we go? The floor is open. Okay. The link is there in the box. So we have a glorious legacy, people. A glorious history from the Igbo, the Yoruba, to the Fanta, the Asante, the Gala, Tigre, Walla, Amara. So many different families we have with different dialects, different traditions. But we have one creator. And I pray that we just work together for the oneness of humanity. His Majesty made a statement, he's Muslim, he's Christian, and he's pagan, he's everything. So we must be able to embrace everything, knowing our foundation is within the hope left to us by Jesus Christus, the Nazarene, Emmanuel, the one sent along. Yes, so as I say, blessed be the ties that bind our hearts in Christian love. The fellowship of kindred mind is like to that above.
Yeah,
So
man, JB. Just want to say, give thanks for the wonderful discussion and the weekly edition of the coming together and sharing the knowledge and putting together our earthly formulative as according to what the scripture is saying, because most times we all tend to read and overstand, but many times we don't really see it as what is happening right here in our various communities. So we tend to, people, because of past knowledge and explanation and teachings, etc., people have separated. So we live in the life, but we separate the thing and thinking what's written in the Bible is mere illusion or something, matrix, or they have fancy names for all of these other way of thinking. But once we can spread the joy and the love and share amongst ourselves and explain when we read the cognizance of what we are living now in current situation and time, we do give thanks for this forum. You know, thank you, JB.
Praises, give thanks for the encouragement. And just to say, I don't want to offend, because we are a one race, which is the human race, with different pigmentation and coloration and movements. I was watching a video the day where them says there's white tribes they found in Central Africa and parts of Asia with blonde hair and blue eyes going back, way back. Because remember, there's 3 sons Noah have, if we go by the Noah story, and migration, people change. And in the days of old, people were in war over kingdoms. I come from the kingdom of Cush. I come from the kingdom of Kemet. I come from the kingdom of Persia. So it was kingdoms, and the kingdoms were mixed. Racism is a thing that come in the 15th century. It's to do with politics, to do with control of religion. Every social structure of your life is governed by somebody that don't look like you and have the last say and are incarcerating you through power. That is racism. So I am a humanitarianist who come to fight against the so-called structure of imperialism that is keeping not only people of color down, but people of non-color down. Because now the system is becoming total enslavement of a one, based upon a one. Because remember, everything comes from that one atom, from that vibration, from that sound. And it magnifies itself in all different forms from that atom. And word sound is power, hence Naya Bingi, hence the drum beating, hence why that move the heart and keep that pattern and keep you well. Because all the countries we see having disasters is because the vibration coming from the world is not conducive. And so Earth is taking back. We are vibrating at a good resonance in Africa. And the energy that we're giving off to the universe is feeding us back. But the Western world is living negative and giving up negative vibration. So they're going to receive negative vibration from nature. And nature, they've raped nature. They've destroyed nature. And so all these things we read about in the scripture, which is to come. And man say, how come God make this happen? No, the Lord gave us 2 parts. If you follow this part, you will bring gloriousness. You follow this part, you're going to create your own destruction. And we, through our shortcomings and our self-will and self-knowledge and over-glorifying ourselves over the Creator, have brought this upon ourselves with our little futile, small self thinking that we're so great. And with a puff, we might not even wake up tomorrow. So we treasure each other, treasure every day with life, give thanks every day to the Creator for His long-suffering and His mercy, and pray for the strength of the continent of Kush, especially for the motherland Ethiopia. Because if Ethiopia fall, the rest of Africa fall, and no man of color has any substance in the world as it is now, will have worse. If we do not have a foundation to stand from, and Ethiopia is our foundation. Ethiopia is the pillar that has not been conquered, has not been indoctrinated, has not been falsified with teaching, and now they're trying to force us into an area. It's not going to work. So with that I say, for the preaching of the cross is to them that perish foolishness, but unto us our Saviour is the power of Yah. For that reason, we say in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy One of creation. As it was in the beginning, so shall it be in the end. World without end. Selah. Prince and princesses shall come out of Ephraim. Ethiopians shall stretch forth their hand unto Yah. O Yah, the God of Ethiopia, thy spirit has come into our heart, thy divine majesty, to dwell in the paths of righteousness. Lead I and I. Help I and I to forgive, that I and I may be forgiven. Teach I and I love and loyalty on earth, as it is in Mount Zion. Endow I and I with thy wise mind, knowledge, and understanding to do thy will. Thy blessings to I and I, that the hungry be fed, the naked clothed, the sick nourished, the aged protected, and the infants cared for. I deliver I and I from the hand of our enemies, that I and I will prove fruitful in these last days, when I and our enemies are past and decay, in the depth of the sea, in the depth of the earth, or in the belly of the beast. Oh, give us all a place in thy kingdom, O Yah, for ever and ever. Selah. So let the words of I and I mouth, and the meditations of I and I heart be acceptable in Yah's sight, O Yah, our strength, and our Redeemer, who liveth and reigneth in the hearts of man, woman, and child. Selah.
Selah. Jah. Rastafari.
Yes, so give thanks for the gathering, everybody. You can go broke fast now. And we hope that this fasting has reached up to the heavens and the Lord has forgiven us, like we read last week. One day of fasting is like 7 days of your sin forgiven. You know, so we must keep up with prayers as we're fasting, pray for one another, and we know we've got all the loss going on around us. Pray for those who've had the loss, and that those who's behind it will be strong to cope with, you know, the bearing upness of losing that loved one. But if we have that trust in the Lord, we know that, and that loved one have the trust in the Lord, we know we glorify that day with the Lord. And out of this great tribulation that many of us are going to have to face. But brothers and sisters, keep the peace, keep the faith, keep happy, take up a book and read, and we just keep each other posted. Whosoever is not on the group and would like to be on the group, let us know when we put you on the Ethiopian group. We're trying to get out by the first week of January. As we see, we know it's short notice. We pray that those who have barriers, that the barriers will be overcome. We pray that there will be ways for us to slip through the net before the net is fully closed and dragged out of the sea and brought upon the boat and the fish they now distribute. Because I say, I come to make you fishers of men. So we come to fish for the souls of men, to bring them spiritually to the Lord. If we don't make it physically, make sure that your spirit is strong. Just like the Maccabees, when them torture we, just like the Spanish Inquisition, when many were tortured by Rome, who wouldn't recant. It's coming again. It's coming again. So make sure you get out of her, my people, as we read, so we don't become partakers of the plagues and the sins that will come upon Babylon. Till next week.
Could you please add me to the group?
Okay. Are you on the Stand Up for Ethiopia group?
Yes, I am.
And what name would I find you as in there?
La Ex Diaz.
Okay. I will add you as we finish the meeting to the Ethiopia.
Okay. Give thanks. Give thanks. Rastafari.
Perfect love, perfect peace.
Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Love
And I will call you also.
Perfect love.
Thanks, Ruth. Give thanks, Sharp Boss, Sister Pauline, Diane, Sister
Blessed
Sharon, Nat.
love to everyone. Blessed love. Give
Blessed
thanks.
tea.
Yes, sir, brother JB. Give thanks, Rastafari.
All right.
La XDS. Yesterday I got a wonderful energy. Give thanks, Rastafari. Haile Selassie the first.
Selassie I live. I give thanks.
MC
Perfect
I
love.
know you didn't give thanks and speed, Sister Diane, Rastafari. But JB, yes, enough learning's going on, so one Rastafari love. We just keep tuned in.
Selassie.
Thanks.
Take care, everyone. Have a good week.
Yes, give thanks, give thanks.
Keep safe, everyone. Keep in tune.
Yes, yes.
Blessed love.
Blessed love. Blessed love. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
Haile Selassie the first, take a man in
Ciao.
Rastafari.